Yung naging ugali or activity po sa ating vulkan buong araw kahapon, ito po ay yung nabibilangan ng very low level na activity. So, meron lang po tayong na manmanan na weak emission of steam-laden plumes na umaabot lamang po sa 700 metro ang taas. At ito po ay nagsasaboy ng ash dito sa may timog kanlurang bahagi ng ating vulkan. Kanina pong umaga, mga alas 6, mga 6:17 at 6:21 ng umaga, ay nagkaroon po tayo ng mga short-lived na maliliit na explosions or expulsions, pagsaboy ng maitim na usok na maraming aso dito po sa bunganga ng vulkan na tumulak po ng umabot ng 800 meters ang tayo. At ang generally po ang ngayon medyo low level or weak ang activity sa main crater. Nakapagtala ng 566 na volcanic earthquakes mula pa nang nag-umpisa ang pagputok ng vulkan hanggang sa kaninang umaga. At ang 172 lindol ay naramdaman sa intensity 1 to 5 at may lakas ng magnitudes 1.2 to 4.5. Ito pong mga seismic activities na to, yung mga paglindol, yung naulat po na pagbitak ng lupa kahapon, nung isang araw pa, at ang pag-atras ng tubig ng lawa, pati na rin po ang pagtuyo ng Pansipit River, ay ini-interpret po natin ng malawakang uplift ng Bulkang Taal. At ito po ay naghuhudyat na mayroon pang tumutulak na magma sa ilalim ng bulkan. At mayroon pa rin po tayo nababadyang panganib, maaring maging malakas na pagputok ng bulkan. Kaya po, sa kasalukuyan ay nakatalaga pa ang alert level 4 sa paligid po ng Bulkang Taal.
Thank you, Ms. Maritor. For your questions, please find the nearest wireless microphone, state your name and also your affiliation for documentation. Thank you.
Once this needs to be the ABS-CBN, nakalagay din sa bulletin the sulfur dioxide emissions 4,000 tons. Is it higher than yesterday?
Yes po. So, pasensya na po, nakalimutan kong banggitin na nakasukat po tayo ng sulfur dioxide na lagpas po ng 4,000 tonelada kada araw. So, nung previous day, nagkaroon po tayo ng mas mababang pagsukat, nasa 1,600 na tonelada kada araw. At nung ito po ay kahapon at nung January 14 kung kailan po tayo nakapag-umpisa magsukat ay lumagpas po ng 5,000 tonelada kada araw ang sulfur dioxide. So yun nga po, meron pa po tayong indications o mga senyales na meron pa po tayong magma na maaring iputok ng malakas na bulkan.
Okay, thank you for that. Sorry ma'am, another follow-up and then next we will have one more follow-up.
Siguro ma'am, pinapatanong lang din ng desk. I know na magkaiba yung alert levels ng Vivo and Taal. A lot of people kasi remember Vivo. Kung pwede na pong i-describe, ano po yung pinagkaibahan ng alert level 5 pag nangyari na sa Taal as compared to Vivo?
To be honest, hindi ko exactly matandaan yung dating alert level. Kasi yung alert level ng Pinatubo ngayon, hindi naman yan yung dati. So, yung dati, kung matatandaan po natin, yung alert level, yung Pinatubo po, ang activity niya po ay nag-umpisa ng April 1991. So, nag-umpisa po yung mga phreatic events sa taas po ng bulkan. If I remember correctly, sa ganang side po ng Tarlac side, O'Donnell, sa may Patal Pinto, surrounding yung geothermal prospect ng PNOC dati. At ito po ay naman na manmanan at ng mga ating pong kababayan na AITA, sila po ay nakaramdam din ng mga pagyanig at ito po ay inireport sa atin ng madre na kasama nila. No? So April po yun at unti-unti po yung progression ng senyales. Hanggang sa nag-umpisa yung mga yung eruptive activity nag-umpisa, hindi naman June 12, mas earlier pa. May pre-climactic phase yung pinatubo. Tapos meron yung pre-climactic na explosive eruption. So, medyo buwan po ang build-up ng activity ng pinatubo. Kaya yung alert level, to be honest, hindi ko matandaan yung dati. Kasi doon actually na-craft yung alert level scheme na protocol na in-emulate or ginaya ng maraming bansa. No? So, yung alert level doon ay ibang-iba, pati na rin yung senyales at pacing, yung pacing ng senyales at build-up ng events sa Taal. Kasi kung maalala nyo, yung sa Taal, nung January 12, yung phreatic eruption, sandali lang yun yung umpisa lang very briefly, nung nagtaas tayo ng alert level 2. Tapos biglang nagkaroon na ng explosive eruption sa main crater, dun mismo sa lawa. Nagtaas tayo ng 3. So masyadong mabilis yun yung kaibahan nung sa pinatubo sa Taal. Yung 2 buwan ng pinatubo ay ilang oras lang na nangyari sa Taal. So yun yung difference. Nagkaroon po, hindi siya actually base search. Kasi ganito po, ang pagkakaiba kasi ng yung mga pyroclastic density currents, isa po siyang malaking family o magkakamag-anak ng density currents. May pagkakaiba po sila in terms of paano sila nalikha. Pero halos pare-pareho kasi sila ng yung physics o yung nature ng kanilang lakbay o yung transport nung nature, yung composition at transport pare-pareho. So kasi ang difference po nung pyroclastic density currents kasama na yung base surge ay yung hindi sila nalaglag mula sa atmosphere katulad ng asphalt, no? Kumakalat sila sa baba. So, yung pinatubo, meron siyang tinatawag na phreatomagmatic surge. Parang kamag-anak siya ng base surge. Ito yung unang phase ng eruption ng pinatubo. Wala kasing tubig, di ba? Walang tubig o lawa yung pinatubo sa bunganga nung dati. Merong bilog na dome. Bilog yung ibabaw dati ng pinatubo. That was a huge lava dome na nakakap doon sa vent ng pinatubo. So, sarado siya. So, yung pinakaunang activity ng pinatubo, vinaporize niya nung tumutulak yung magma, na-vaporize yung groundwater system. So, pumuputok ng malakas na may kasamang tubig din yung surge. Pero, phreatomagmatic surge ang tawag. Bakit iba siya dun sa base surge ng Taal? Kasi sa Taal, yung mechanism ay iba ng paglikha ng base surge. Dalawa yung pwedeng lumikha, pero yung isa ay yung pag may tayong eruption column. Tapos medyo, pag marami nang iniitsa na pinong abo, bumibigat masyado kasi yung column. So, nagko-collapse yun. Yung nagko-collapse, yun yung nagiging base surge. Pero yung mas nakakatakot talaga ay yung blast. Kasi pwedeng yung column, malikha siya ng napakalakas na blast. Sa blast mismo, nanggagaling yung surge. So, lateral yung blast, masyadong malaki yung momentum. Kanina nga tinatanong ako kung matatakbuhan daw yung base surge. Sa moment na nalikha siya, subsonic ang speed. Medyo hindi ko na masyadong matandaan yung range ng subsonic, pero subsonic siya. medyo mas baba siya ng konti sa supersonic, no? Subsonic yung speed nung base surge. So, mabilis na tumatakbo yun, mabilis siyang kumakalat. So, sa sobrang lakas ng momentum niya, nakakatawid siya ng lawa. So, yun yung special dun sa base surge. Yung lateral blast na phreatomagmatic surge, yung base surge, yun yung pinaka-danger ng Taal.
Thank you, Ms. Mariton. We have ma'am first and then next sister and then
Thank you. Morning, ma'am. Ms. Nichols from CENAPRED. Ma'am, I just would like to make this clarification. Yung nakalagay kasi dito, so steam-laden fumes, right, ma'am? Is it safe to say that we're back in the phreatic phase or
So, yung napansin po natin sa bulletin natin, meron tayong ginamit na term na hydrovolcanic, no, nung una sa ating mga bulletins, na medyo sinimplihan na lang po natin kasi nakatanggap po tayo ng feedback na hindi po masyadong naiintindihan yung mga terminologies, ano. So, yung phreatic po kasi, ito yung uri ng pagputok na walang kasamang magma. Ang nangyayari is yung mainit yung host rock, yung paligid. Maraming aso. So, pag napipressurize yung rock ng aso, pag masyadong matlaki na yung build-up ng pressure ng aso, pumuputok. So, wala talaga siyang kasamang magma. Pero yung phreatic eruption, phreatic explosions, pwede kasi silang precursor ng eruption. Kasi syempre pag umaakyat yung magma, umiinit yung paligid na bato, naiinitan yung groundwater o yung hydrothermal system. Puputok-putok muna yan. Magkakaroon muna ng phreatic eruption bago lumabas yung magma. Ganun yung nangyari actually nung January 12. Now, yung meron din klase ng activity kasi, kung napapansin nyo po yung nakikita nyo yung mga footage or yung mga pictures ng main crater ngayon, meron din parang plume na maputi. Yung puti lang, di ba meron yung parang steam-laden plume na parang gray, no? Merong kasamang abo po yun. And then, meron yung kulay puti lang, no? So, parang steam lang siya na umaakyat na halos walang persa. So, ito po ay mga hydrothermal vents ang tawag niyan. So, normal po yan minsan sa mga bulkan, kahit walang eruptive activity. May mga vents na gano'n, di ba? Dati sa Taal, meron gano'n sa loob ng main crater. Yung sige-sige lang yung parang pag-aso. So, parang meron gano'n na activity. And then, meron pong pabugso-bugso tayo na parang maliliit na phreatomagmatic burst. Ito po ay magma, may kasamang magma na nadadampian ng tubig at pumuputok. Kaya minsan may parang biglang may grayish na maitim na biglang bumubulusok na abo. So ito po ay phreatomagmatic. So nagdampi po yung tubig at yung magma na napakainit, 1,000 degrees centigrade, mga ganun po ang init. At bigla po itong pumuputok. So, ito pong mga prosesong ito, lahat po yan ay involved ay tubig. Kaya po, para general na lang yung term, ginamit po namin yung hydrovolcanic. Meron po tayong na-record na, yung inulat ko po nung alas 6, yung 6:17 at 6:21 kanina, mga parang phreatomagmatic bursts yan. So, meron talaga, hindi lang siya lumalabas, pero pag na-build up yung steam pressure, iipon yung aso, pumuputok siya. So, kasi nagpa-percolate pa ng tubig doon sa loob ng, wag na natin gamitin yung term na yan. Meron pa namang access yung tubig dito sa loob ng main crater. At pag nadadampian yung nandoon na magma, ay pumuputok pa yun.
Ma'am, I know I already asked yesterday and in-explain nyo na rin yung tungkol dun sa pag-dry up ng lake dun sa main crater. Pero pinapa-explain lang ma'am ulit ng office. Ano daw po yung, baka may details po kayo na mabibigay by how many % meron pa bang ibang implication yung pagka-dry up niya besides dun sa possible na pag-seep ng water? Does it mean na mas lumalapit daw po sa isang bigger or more explosive eruption?
Bali, yung lahat po halos ng tubig ng lawa ay nawala. It is a combination of, dahil po ito sa combination ng, ito po ay na-vaporize ng magma na ipinutok nung nag-umpisa po yung ating activity, January 12 hanggang umaga. Kung naalala niyo po, nung January 13, nung bandang alas 2:49 ng umaga, ay iniulat na po natin, nagkaroon ng lava fountain, yung mapula na fountain na. Nung nakita po namin yun, alam na po namin na ubos na yung tubig. Kasi otherwise, hindi po fountain ang mangyayari, no? Dahil kung may tubig pa at nilabas yung magma, mag-i-interact yun, puputok yun na parang mga phreatomagmatic explosions. Kaya lang, may fountain na, so ibig sabihin, yung magma, nakakalabas na siya ng tuyo. Tuyo yung vent. So, that indicated to us na naubos na yung tubig, or at least naubos yung tubig sa isang bahagi ng lake. Kasi hindi naman pantay-pantay yung ilalim nun. So, ngayon, naubos lahat, meron ng konting ipon-ipon na sa loob ng maliliit na vents. May mga maliliit na vents ngayon. Magpapaalam kami sa ating partner agency, yung USGS, kung pwede nating i-release yung binigay nila sa ating satellite imagery. No, na magpapakita na may mga lumabas na yung mga individual vents o individual craters sa loob ng larger na main crater nung natuyo yung tubig. So essentially, yung kung paano siya naubos, mainly na-vaporize siya nung eruption. Nag-seep ba yung tubig sa labas? Mas mababa po kasi ang elevation ng main crater lake. Lalo na po yung lalim niya, no, 80 meters ang lalim niya. Mas mababa yan kaysa sa Taal Lake. At aside from that, hindi lang po naubos yung tubig, natabunan din ng abo yung crater floor.
Thank you, ma'am. We have Sir, second si ma'am, and third si sir.
Ma'am Pripilayo po from UNTV. Ma'am, may plano ba kayo na i-extend yung high-risk area, yung 40 kilometer na sa hazard buffer? May plan na i-extend po yun?
Sa ngayon po, tinitignan po natin, wala po tayong plano na gawin yan. Dahil tinitignan nga po natin kung ano po ang ibig sabihin nitong mistulang pagtahimik ng kaunti ng bulkanan. Dahil kung naririnig niyo po na nagbabalikan na yung mga tao no, sa ibang dako po ng lalo na po sa lakeshore communities, may mga bumabalik na sa mga munisipalidad. Ito po yung isang medyo masalimuot na bahagi ng ating evacuation. Kapag medyo talaga prolonged yung activity ng bulkan at may mga periods o panahon ng lull, medyo ano po yung ating mga kababayan dahil lalong-lalo na kung sila ay nasa evacuation at naiinip na po sila. So meron din po tayong konsiderasyon na baka nga po kailangan po nating tignan kung ang activity nga po ay medyo bumaba na pwede nating itignan kung mabababa yung alert level. So, etong sa stage na po ngayon, hindi pa po natin tinatanggal yung panganib na maaari pumutok ng malakas. Pero tinitignan na rin po natin ngayon yung possibility na maglal ng may considerable portion, considerable na tagal. So, ito po yung medyo kailangan natin pag-isipan maigi. Kaya nga po, tayo po ay kumakalap ng datos mula sa satellite para tignan kung ito pong pag-alsa ng lupa ay ano yung volume. Meron po kaming idea kung ano po yung volume ng magma na pumasok sa bulkan bago po ito pumutok. Kaya lang kung ano pa po yung pumasok pagkatapos noon at kung may pumapasok pa. Kailangan po namin alamin para po i-assess kung pwede po tayong magbaba ng alert level kung matagal po yung lull. Pero kung sa ngayon po, nakataas pa yung alert level 4. Pero kung iniisip po natin na magtataas pa, actually, hindi po yun tugma sa condition ngayon. Pasensya na po, medyo tricky kasi yung kalagayan po ngayon dahil tumahimik po yung bulkan, ay yung parameters po natin ay ganun pa din. Yung pagputok ng, ay yung tala po ng lindol ay hindi kasing dami nung January 12, pero mayroon pa rin po tayong malalaking lindol. Kailangan po lang po natin, mataas po ang sulfur dioxide. Kailangan po nating i-evaluate kung ganito po yung, kumbaga, status ko ng matagal. Kasi kung ganito po yung status ko ng matagal, medyo mahirap po yan sa ating mga kababayan. Maiinip talaga sila, no? So, kailangan pa po natin i-evaluate.
Yung pong mga authority natin ay pinapayagan sumasok doon sa area na kasama doon sa 40 kilometer. And then, inoorasan sila po. Kailan nila hindi naman daw po sabay-sabay. Pero ina-allowed nila. Ano po ang posisyon dito ng FIBOX, ma'am?
Lagi po namin, kaya po ang evacuation isinasang-alang po natin sa ating mga kasama po sa local government units, no? Kasi sila po yung best makaka-determine ng uri at yung manner ng paglikas. Kaysa po sa atin, tayo po ay nag-a-advise lang ng evacuation. Marami po kasing considerations talaga ang evacuation. Among scientists, we always say that evacuation is a political decision. We can only advise. No? Pero masyado pong mahirap po na decision para sa mga local government officials yung pagpapalikas. Masyado maraming factors po sila na kino-consider. Hindi lang po yung science. No? So marami pa pong factors. So kung yung decisions po nila in the field are informed decisions with a lot of other information, hindi lang po sa science.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Mariton. Then we have Ma'am, and then next slide si Sir, and slide si
Ma'am, good morning po, Jen Kalina from P5. Ma'am, linawin ko lang po. Sa current situation po ngayon sa Volcán Taal, again po, hindi natin siya nakikitang itataas pa sa alert level 5 kung magtutuloy na ganito, kaayos yung condition lang.
Kasi po, again, yung alert level 5, it is a statement of condition. No? Kapag pumutok na po ng malakas ang bulkan, na nakita po natin na pwede siyang lumikha ng mapanganib na base surges, doon po tayo magtataas ng alert level 5. So, it's a statement of condition na hazardous eruption is ongoing. Ongoing na. Hindi po. So, ngayon po ay naka-alert level 4 tayo. Stay po tayo doon for the meantime. Mataas po ang volcanic SO2. Sige-sige po ang earthquake. Although yung bilang po ay bumababa, pero yung lakas po ay ganun pa rin. No? Malalakas pa rin po yung mga lindol. At continuous pa rin po yung volcanic earthquake. Yung network po natin sa paligid ng bulkan, yung Taal Volcano Network na fully revived na ngayon, mas marami po siyang natatala ng maliliit na lindol. No? So, kailangan pa po namin kumpletuhin ang ating datos para makita kung ano po yung total seismic energy o yung lakas na binibigay po ng bulkan. Isasama po natin yung mga maliliit na nadidetect ng bulkan. Kasi po yung nasusukat po ng Philippine Seismic Network, dahil malayo po itong mga stasyon, nasa Los Baños, Maragondon, Lubang, ito po yung mga stasyon ng Philippine Seismic Network na nakakadetect po ng volcanic earthquakes ng Taal. Medyo malayo sila. Hindi na nila nadidetect yung maliliit. So, kailangan po natin isama sa ating pong datos yung maliliit na nadidetect ng Taal Volcano Network sa paligid ng bulkan. So, i-considera po natin lahat yun. Titignan po natin kung ano ba yung talagang nangyayaring, ano ba yung talagang lakas ng mga lindol. Yung talagang total na sukat ng mga lindol. And then, katulad nga po ng sinasabi natin, yung pag-alsa po ng bulkan, ibig sabihin may tumulak sa ilalim. No? Kailangan po nating makita kung ano po yung laki ng tumulak sa ilalim. Normally, kung hindi po nasira yung mga stasyon natin sa pulo, kaya na po natin yung i-estimate. Kasi meron po tayong continuous GPS network. Kaya lang po nabungian yung network natin. Kaya ngayon, kailangan po natin umasa o makipagtulungan sa ating mga partner international organizations para bigyan po tayo ng data from satellite platforms sa pag-estima po ng pamamaga o inflation ng bulkan. At ito pong datos na to, siya rin po yung pwedeng gamitin para po i-calculate kung ano po yung volume ng magma pa na pumasok. May idea na po, meron na po kaming calculation kung ano po yung volume ng magma na pumasok bago pumutok yung bulkan. Pero nung habang pumuputok at hanggang ngayon, kung ano pa po yung naidagdag doon sa sumampa na sa ilalim ng bulkan nung bago po ito pumutok. Para po ma-assess completely kung tayo po ay magtatagal ba ng ganito? Kasi medyo lal, no? Hindi pangkaraniwan po sa volcanic eruption, yung may mga lal na tumatahimik muna, lalo na po sa Taal, ay yung mga prolonged eruptions niya, katulad ng 1754 na pagtutok.
Last question po. May update po tayo sa pag-asa regarding po sa direction ng wind. And ma'am, yung mga tinamaan po ng matinding ashfall in case po na talagang mag-fully erupt siya under level 5, kung din ba yung possible direction ng mga volcanic deposits? Direction po ng wind.
Okay. Talagang, depende, no? Pag matayog ang eruption column, medyo mas malawak yung kinakalat niya na yung mga iba kasi, may pagkaiba yung wind pattern sa mababang atmosphere kaysa doon sa mataas. So, ang ginagawa, ang dapat talaga ideal ay minomodel yung ash. Kung may mga ginagamit na programs para ma-model kung saan pupunta yung ash. Now, sa kasalukuyan, meron pong ginagamit ang Vivox na parang online na tool na tinatawag na Ash 3D. No? Ito ay sa tool na dinevelop ng USGS. No? Gagamitin po natin yan kapag nagkaroon po tayo ng malakas na pagputok. Pero yung mas madali na hindi na po natin kailangang mag-input ng parameters. Kasi syempre pag pumuputok na ng malakas, no? Medyo crisis mode na yan. Marami po tayong mga satellite data portals na ginagamit, na pinapagamit po sa Vivox ng ating mga partner agencies para makita kung saan yung direction ng prevailing wind. At meron pong mga quick models na nakakompute po nila agad yung dispersal ng abon. So, pwede po natin yung gamitin pag nagkaroon po tayo ng malakas sa pagputok. Ito lang pong umaga, meron pong mga binolunteer sa atin na mga satellite platforms na kinostom tinailor po ng US Geological Survey para po sa ating gamit. No? Para po pag nagkaroon po tayo para po sa daily monitoring natin at para po pag nagkaroon po tayo ng malakas na pagsabog ay ma-monitor po natin yung eruption plume.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. May we have sir and then proceed, sir.
Good morning po. Joe Malakas po from Radyo Inquirer. May dalawang video po na kumakalat niya sa social media. Yung isang video po ay yung Popocatépetl. Nakaakyat sila hanggang doon sa pinaka-crater ng Volcán. Actually, naligo pa sila doon sa may tubig. You know? Tapos yung isang video, isang family ng foreigner, that day na sinasabi ninyo na 8 days pa lang, bibigyan na kayo ng abiso sa mga tao doon sa loob ng Taal. Pero based doon sa video, that day, yung isang pamilya ng foreigner, nakaakyat doon sa pinakamalapit doon sa crater. Pagkatapos na-videohan nila paano nagsisimula yung paglabas ng usok hanggang sa sumabog na hanggang sa tumakas na sila hanggang doon sa makarating na sila sa may kabilang isla. Sino po ba talaga ang nasusunod pagdating sa usapin kung sino pwedeng pumasok sa Taal? Ang Vivox po ba o ang local government unit ng Batangas?
Ganito po, meron po tayong recommendation na hindi po dapat nagpapapasok ng mga tao sa loob ng Taal Main Crater kapag ito po ay nasa alert level 1. Bali, tatlong lugar po yan eh. Ang Taal Main Crater, yung hydrothermal vents dito sa may Daang Castilla, yung paakyat po ng Daang Castilla kung saan po tinatanaw yung main crater. Meron pong portion doon na may malaking fracture, na may lumalabas po doon na masigabong usok, na dapat ay iwasan yun. At yung Mount Tabayo eruption site, kung saan po pumutok yung vulkan noong 1965 to 77. So, pag alert level 1, ang recommendation po ng Vivox ay hindi po dapat yan papasukin. Yun lang nga po, meron po talagang nakakapasok. Hindi po natin alam kung bakit po sila nakakapasok. So, pero pag nakakakita po tayo ng ganyan, ay inuulat po natin yan sa LGU. At kami po, meron po yung mga kasama po natin sa Taal Volcano Observatory. Pumapasok naman po sila dyan pag nag-weekly observation kasi kailangan po kumuha ng tubig, ng temperature ng tubig, yung sukat ng So, sa monitoring po namin. Pero, yung staff po namin, pag pumapasok, meron po tayong dala na gas sensor para kasi kaya hindi po kami nagpapapasok dahil baka po magkaroon ng phreatic eruption bigla. Number 2, baka biglang magkaroon ng gas eruption. At yung gas po ay CO2, masyadong, pag malaki po yung volume ng CO2, hindi nyo yan maaamoy eh. Hindi nyo rin yan makikita. It's odorless and colorless. Pero masusuffocate po ang tao. So, meron po silang detector na bitbit para kung may ma-detect po na lethal gas, ay tutunog po yung detector na yun. So, dapat po yung mga tao talaga ay hindi nakakapasok dahil sa mga panganib na yun. Hindi po kasi naiisip ng mga tao yung mga ganun, kahit na paulit-ulit po nating sabihin.
So moment yung LGU, hindi nila nababantayan? O hindi masyadong kasi may mga time na sinisisi ang Vivox. So ibig sabihin po ma'am, kahit na anong abiso ng Vivox sa local government unit, hindi nababantayan yung parameter ng Taal. Ano po yan?
May times po talaga na nababantayan kasi alam po namin na may mga hindi sila pinapayagan. Meron lang po talaga nakakalusot. Kahit po sa Mayon dati, may mga nakakalusot din. May military deployment pa nga eh, pero may nakakapasok. No? So talagang yung mga kababayan po natin, talagang kung gusto po nilang pumasok, nakakapasok sila.
Ngayon po ba may sinusulong yung talagang wala ng dapat tao sa Taal, particular din sa may crater. Pamor po pa kayo doon?
Sorry po, paulit po. No? Huh?
Doon sa may mismo Volcán, minumungkahin na wala na dapat tao talaga doon. Pamor po pa kayo doon?
Yun po yung talagang ideal case na dapat no man's land po ang Taal. Dahil yun nga po na talaga pong mapanganib ang bulkan. Ano? Anytime, pwede po tayo magkaroon ng phreatic eruption. Anytime, kahit po naka-alert level 0. Pwede po tayong magkaroon ng phreatic eruption or gas eruption na pwede pong ikamatay ng tao. Kaya nga po, dapat po talaga ay walang tao. At kung kunyari po, nagkaroon tayo ng biglang pagsabog at nagkaroon po tayo ng base surge, hindi po talaga sila makakalikas eh. Ganun po kasi yung situation. Kaya kami po sa FreeWalks talagang nire-recommenda namin yung permanent danger zone ay obserbahan. Ang permanent danger zone po ay ang buong pulong.
Isa na lang, sabi ninyo kahapon, walang lalabas ng magma tungkol sa mga bitak, pero yung inyong mga tauhan na pinapunta nyo sa mga area na may bitak, pinaalis nyo kasi delikado. Ibig sabihin po ba doon, yung mga bitak na nakita silang bahagi ng Batangas, hindi dapat kapitan ng mga tao?
Pinaalis po namin sila sa loob ng kaldera. Dahil po, kung biglang puputok ang bulkan at nagkaroon po ng base surge, ay mahihirapan po silang lumikas. Okay. Hindi po dahil dun sa fissure. Nagkataon lang po na yung team namin na nasa loob ng kaldera ay mag-document po ng fissure.
Pero safe naman po lapitan ng mga tao yung mga bitak na nakikita nila. Kasi sinasabi nila, sabi ni Director Sulitong Papon na may mga lumalabas yan sa hindi nakikita ng mata. So safe pa rin po kayo na if ever lumapit din yung mga tao doon sa mga bitak?
Yung nalalapitan naman po siya. Ang hindi po talaga safe ay yung pag may bahay po tayo doon o may structure po na nakatayo doon at na-damage yun, baka po gumuho yung structure. So, kung yung bahay po ang pinag-uusapan na damage ng fissure, nalalapitan, medyo delikado po yun. Pero yung fissure itself, sa palagay ko, hindi naman po siya dapat lapitan. Pero ganito po, kung dapat po ay wala na tayo dun sa area na yun eh. Kasi ano po yan eh, danger zone, napaka-explicit po natin sinasabi sa bulletin natin, nakasama po siya sa evacuation area. Hindi po siya dapat nilalapitan.
Pero wala naman pong lalabas na usok doon sa atin na pwede makalasot sa mga tao.
Meron pong lumalabas na mga volcanic gas. Hindi ko lang po alam kung ano po yung concentration ng gas na lumalabas.
Ms. Mariton, since may monitor tayo dito, you mentioned tatlong lugar na may center of eruptive site, yung dito?
Yung pinagbabawal natin sa alert level 1, yung main crater, yung fissure sa Daang Castilla.
Taas?
Dito po.
Dito po merong fissure dito. So pag umaakyat kayo, sino ba po nakaakyat ka ng Daang Castilla dito? Wala pa. So pag aakyat ka doon, makikita na yun eh, parang mapula yung lupa, tapos may umaaso. So ito po yung fissure na yan. Ito yung Daang Castilla. Ito yung fissure. Tapos yung Mount Tabaro eruption site. Ito po nakikita niyo yung maitim na to. Ito po yung, dito pumutok yung bulkan 65 to 77. Tapos ito po yung mahabang lava flow niya. So itong eruption site, ino-off limits po namin yan pag alert level 1. Kasi meron pong active na degassing vent dyan. So, naisip po namin na kapag may magmatic, baka kung may magmatic activity o may gas accumulation, pwede rin pong magputok ng gas dyan. At tayo po ay pwedeng maapektuhan ng CO2, carbon dioxide. Yung kaldera po ay yung malaking lawa. Ito po ay ang Taal caldera. Ito po ay ang Taal caldera. Siya po ay isang malaking volcanic caldera. Apo, isa po siyang malaking kaldera. So, bali yung last eruption po ng
Taal caldera ay 5,400 years ago. At nung pumutok po yung caldera, ang deposito po niya ay sa paligid ng bulkan. At ito pong tinatawag po nating adobe, nakarating po yan ng Metro Manila.
Thank you, Ms. Mariton. Si Sir naman po ang susunod, then si Ma'am ulit from CNN. And okay, thank you. Yun po palang microphone, may 2-second lull. Sa pagpindot nyo, bilang lang ng 2 seconds din.
Ma'am, good morning po. Manny Vargas po sa DCWB. Ma'am, yung nabanggit nyo nga kanina, nagkakaroon ng consideration tungkol dun sa alert level sa Taal kasi nga mayroong lull. Tapos alam nyo na rin yung nangyayari sa ground na may mga gusto nang bumalik because of the lull. May mga binabanggit kasi yung mga tao doon na kung pwede raw 1 oras, makapasok sila para mailabas yung mga gamit, yung mga alaga nilang naroroon pa. Sa ganitong sitwasyon ba, is it feasible, possible, based sa inyo pong experience sa mga pagputok po nitong Taal at ng iba pang mga bulkan, na mayroong ganong 1 oras na safe period during a lull? Ano po ba yung basis para sabihin na itong lull na ito magtutuloy-tuloy o itong lull na ito pwedeng isang deceptive lull na biglang doon mangyayari yung possible main event?
Ay, dulo po ng tanong natin, pareho pong pwede yan. No? And just to make it clear, wala po tayong karanasan sa pagputok ng Taal. No, matagal na po siyang pumutok. No? Hindi po natin matansya yan. Ngayon, as I've explained before, yung role po ng FIVOX ay para magbigay po ng the best informed, scientifically informed na information at advice po sa ating LGU. But yung mga government officials po natin sa lokal, sila po ang merong napakahirap na task to make the decisions on the ground. At katulad po ng pinaliwanag ko, yung mga ganito pong evacuation procedures, yung manner ng evacuation, yung mga ganito pong mga guidelines and mga decisions, mga tactical decisions, sila po ang gumagawa ninyan. At hindi lamang po agham ang ginagamit nilang batayan para magdesisyon. Marami pong factors, syempre nandiyan na rin po yung kapakanan ng mga constituents sila, yung mga needs, economic factors. Hindi po natin sila pwedeng, paano ko ba sabihin, sabihan na hindi tama yung ginagawa nyo or ganun. So, it's not within our authority, our sphere of experience. At syempre po, meron po tayong kahit paano, naiintindihan po natin yung kung ano man po yung decisions nila on the ground. That being said, firm po kami sa aming advice na dapat completely iwasan ang high-risk areas. Pero yun nga po, yung decision po na ganyan ay ginagawa po ng LGU at napakarami po nilang factors na kailangan i-consider. Hindi lang po agham.
Okay na po ba? Okay. Ma'am, ulit. And then si
Ma'am, baka lang po kaya ma-explain bakit daw po yung upper portion ng pansipit ay may water pero yung lower portion wala?
Ano po yung upper at yung lower? Mas malapit dun sa lava yung upper or yun ba yung lower?
Sige ma'am, i-clarify ko din muna. Thank you.
In any case, kung yung ganun pong question, as of now, hindi ko rin siguro masasagot kung bakit. We will have to take this as information na kailangan po namin pag-usapan mamaya.
si Ma'am muna and then next week.
Ma'am, sa Lemery, Batangas daw, may lumabas na tubig sa kalsada. Ano po ba yung
Ito po yung na-dispute na natin po to kahapon kasi nire-report nga po ito. Hindi lang po na tubig, no, na kumukulong tubig pa nga. So this is a burst water pipe na nakakonect po sa isang hospital sa Lemery. na pinuntahan na po rin yan ng staff natin. At nakipag-ugnayan po sila sa DPWH na nag-confirm na burst water pipe
So wala
po siya.
pang basis yung sinasabi ng iba na baka tubig daw yun from
Hindi
Pansy
po.
River. Okay. Tapos ma'am, yung may scientific basis daw ba na dating part ng dagat, yung Taal Lake at yung Pansipit River ay isang malaking channel dati that connects the lake to the sea?
Oo po, tama naman po yun. I think napaliwanag na nung ilang press briefings na na kumipot lang po yung Pansipit River dahil na tabunan ng deposito na pila ang tawag ng mga taga Batangas. Deposito po ito ng base surge, yung pila. Natabunan ng pila noong 1754 na pagputok ng bulkan. So, bago po pumutok yung bulkan, dumadaan dyan ang galyon. In fact, kung tama po yung pagkaalala ko, 1749, yung 1749 na pagputok, yung witness account niyan, nung nag-document na priest, ang sabi niya, nang tulog siya, akala niya, may naririnig siyang pagputok, akala niya ito yung customary na gunshot na ginagawa ng mga galyon pag pumapasok sila nung ilog, papasok ng balayan, ng Bombon Lake. So, kaya lang nung masyado ng marami, bumangon na siya and to see na pumuputok yung bulkan.
Okay na, ma'am. Okay. Then next we have.
Good morning, Dek sa Philippine Star. Gusto ko lang pong itanong kung yung sinasabi nyo kanina na posibleng magbaba tayo ng alert level kung magiging matagal yung lull ng activity ng volcano. Meron po ba tayong kinukonsider na bilang ng araw o haba ng araw na lull yung activity ng volcano na pwede nating sabihin na at this point, pwede na tayong magbaba ng alert level?
Hindi ko po sinabi na ibababa, sinabi ko po na evaluate natin, dahil sa ngayon po ay lull period, no? At kailangan po nating tignan kung ano po yung ibig sabihin nito. Kung ito ba po ay panandalian lamang ng lull, kung ang kondisyon po talaga ng bulkan ay talagang dumadami yung volume o may madami ng volume na nakaabang sa ilalim. Ay ito po kasi yung mga factors na to ay wala pa po tayong complete na datos, no? Kailangan pa po natin i-complete. Meron po tayong idea kung nung volume na pumasok sa bulkan bago po ito pumutok. Pero kung ito po ay nadagdagan, kailangan pa po natin i-verify. Kasi yung volume na maaring iputok, isa po yan sa kailangan po nating i-consider sa pag-a-assess po ng alert level. Sige-sige pa rin ang lindol, bagamat kumonti po yung bilang, yung lakas po ay pareho lang. So, kailangan din po nating i-evaluate kung ano po ang ibig sabihin nun. Mataas ang volcanic SO2, tumaas. So, ang ibig sabihin po niya sa atin ay may magma na nasa mababang level ng bulkan. So, marami po tayong factors na kailangang tignan dahil kailangan po nating i-evaluate. Kung baga nung mga nakaraang araw po, nandun po kasi yung urgency, no, na baka mag-progress na. Pero ngayon po parang status quo. Parang ito po yung ibig ko sabihin, no, status quo. At ang alala po natin, nagbumabalik na kasi yung mga tao sa mga ibang bayan. Kaya po kailangan po talaga nating i-re-evaluate yung lull na to, kung ano ba po ang ibig sabihin nito.
Okay na po. Okay. Ma'am, pagamit na lang po ng mic.
Eden Santos po from Net25. Ma'am, gaano po yung distance or tagal nung lull na binabanggit po ninyo? Kaya nag-iisip yung mga tao na bumalik muna sa kanilang mga bahay para kumuha ng mga gamit at yung kanilang mga alaga ay tingnan.
Ano, kahapon po ay actually medyo mas mababa po yung level ng activity kumpara dun sa January 12 to 13. So, bumaba po talaga yung surface activity. Yung surface po ay sa ibabaw. Pero yun nga po yung sa ilalim, sige-sige pa naman po yung activity.
So, yung pong dami ng volume na pumasok, ayan lang po natin ulit kung gaano karami.
Yung nga po ang gusto nating alamin, kung ilan pa yung nasa loob ng bulkan. Dahil bagamat meron na po kaming estimate nung naipon bago siya pumutok, nung umpisa po yung pumutok, meron pa po yung pumasok. Bakit po namin nasabi? Kasi po sige-sige po yung lindol eh. Sige-sige po yung lindol. At yung mga lindol po na iba, hindi naman po lahat, may mga lindol po na nakikita po namin na nagre-recharge yung bulkan. So, kailangan po natin ng datos mula sa satellite data para po ma-estima kung ano po yung laki po nung volume na pumasok. At ano pa po yung volume ng magma na pwedeng iputok.
So, sa ngayon po yun pa yung kailangan i-evaluate. Wala pa po tayong idea.
Wala pa po tayo nung yung talagang tinatawag po namin well-constrained na data sa volume po ng pagputok. Meron po tayong mga datos pero may mga bungi pa po siya. Meron po kasing sumampa, kaya po lumilindol eh. Nagre-recharge po siya. Hello. 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 Kasi po, syempre pag doon po sa ilalim ng bulkan, meron pong nawala po na space, di ba? Kasi yung magma pinutok. So yung nabawas po sa ilalim nung bulkan, meron pong papalit diyan. Kasi hindi naman po yan mawawalan lang, no? So may pumapalit po diyan. So, magre-recharge po siya. So, kung ano po yung pumalit, hindi pa po natin alam. Kung gaano kadami.
Binabanggit natin na pwedeng magkaroon ng hazardous volcanic eruption?
Opo, as long as meron po tayo na tinatawag na eruptible magma sa ilalim ng bulkan, nandun po yung panganib. Yung magma na pwedeng iputok, nandiyan po yung panganib.
So, dapat po hindi ipagkamali ng ating mga kababayan yung lull na nangyayari ngayon sa activity ng bulkan para sila ay magpumilit na bumalik dun sa kanilang mga bahay.
Tama po yun. I think yung gusto po nating iparating na message, kailangan po, hayaan po muna natin, obserbahan natin tong lull period na to. At inaaral po namin kung ano pong ibig sabihin niya. At kami na po ang magsasabi kung maari na po tayong magbaba ng guard kahit papano para po ay kung magbababa po ng alert level. Pero sa ngayon po hindi po yan. Kailangan po talaga pa rin sa alert level 4. At status ko po kasi ganun pa rin naman po ang kalagayan, although may lull, may tahimik po yung ibabaw ng bulkan. Sa ilalim po ay nagkakaroon po tayo ng paglindol, pagbuga ng mataas na SO2, at namamaga pa po ang bulkan.
How long po yung gagawin nating pag-evaluate? Kasi nga, di ba, yung mga tao medyo naiinip na sa mga evacuation, inaalala yung kanilang mga ari-arian.
Ito po yung isa nating suliranin, kasi ang nakasalalay po tayo sa satellite data. Ang satellite data po kasi, yung kumukuha po ng datos, umiikot po yan sa mundo.
So, meron po silang return period dun sa mga specific na lugar. So, yung return period po ng satellite, meron pong araw na binibilang. Titingnan po, meron pong mga agencies na meron po silang stationary satellites sa mga ibang dako ng mundo. Pero medyo hindi rin po maganda yung datos na makukuha nila kung hindi po sila directly nasa sa Pilipinas nakatuon. Halimbawa, medyo nandito sila sa gilid ng Pacific Ocean. So medyo malaki po yung anggulo na i-rotate ng sensor nila para kunan tayo ng imagery, no? So may yung return period po kailangan po nating i-observe para makakuha ng data. So kumbaga kung umiikot po yung mundo, ano, merong mga satellite na umiikot. Meron naman na naka-stationary lang sila, tapos hinahayaan nilang umikot yung mundo. So kung kailan po bumalik yung Pilipinas sa line of sight nila, doon sila. Hindi ko lang po alam, no. Dati po medyo kabisado ko yan, pero ngayon po marami pong mga panibagong satellite platforms na hindi ko na po kabisa. Pero meron po tayong mga kasama sa trabaho na sila po yung nag-a-analyze ng data. And then, depende po, merong mga 3 or 4 days, meron pong ganun eh. So, tignan po natin, nagko-contribute po ng satellite imagery ang iba't ibang bansa. Marami po tayong natatanggap na offers. As of now, ang kinakausap po natin dyan ay ang US Geological Survey. Kasi sila po ang nagbibigay sa atin ng data. Nandiyan na rin po ang NASA JPL. Sila rin po ay nagbibigay po sa atin ng data at ng analysis nung deformation. Sa ngayon po, hindi ko po alam kung ano po yung susunod po na acquisition ng NASA. At hindi ko po alam, sa palagay ko po, ganon din po yung satellite nila. Ito po ay either geostationary, na antay po nilang umikot yung mundo, at yung Pilipinas po ay matuon ulit dun sa satellite nila. Or yung satellite po nila ay umiikot at nag-a-acquire ng imagery. So, ganun po yun eh, dalawang klase yan. So, tignan po natin kung ano po yung makukuha po nating data. Yung tinitignan po din namin yung ating GPS data. Meron po tayong mga stasyon sa paligid ng bulkan na kumukuha po ng GPS data, nire-reprocess po natin yun, pinapa-reprocess po natin yun para po sa kondisyon na nabungi po yung ating datos sa pulo. Kasi po yung processing po niya ay kasama po yung mga stasyon sa pulo. Kaya lang nabungi eh. So, meron po kailangan gawing reprocessing. Medyo matagal po yan at yung mga expert po natin dyan sa ating opisina, nagre-recode, gumagawa po sila ng codes, nagpo-program pa po sila ng mga codes para po i-reprocess yung data. So, ginagawa naman po yan ngayon.
Okay, thank you ma'am for your question. Si ma'am ulit and that.
Parang sa ngayon, ang understanding is a lull could be a good or a bad thing. Nung 1754, binanggit nyo, it's a prolonged eruption. Could we say na pag mas matagal, there's a possibility na mas malakas yung putok niya later on?
Hindi po natin yan masasabi, no? Yung, kumbaga, yung dynamics ng explosion, hindi natin masasabi. Marami kasing factors yan eh. Hindi yung period nung pinag-uusapan dyan eh. Yung dami ng magma na maiipon, kung gaano sila kabilis iaakyat sa bulkan, kung gaano kadami ang volcanic gas, ganun. So maraming factors eh. Now, hindi natin makokontrol or hindi natin makikita sa ngayon. As it happens, natin yan ma-detect eh. Pero tama ka na yung lull is either a good or a bad thing. Kasi kung dire-diretso yan, good yan. No? So, pwede tayo mag-stand down, mag-step down. Pero kung medyo mahaba yan, at ito ay parang resting phase lang dun sa bulkan para
pumasok ng panibagong cycle ng explosive activity. Napakahirap po sa ating mga kababayan yan. At in terms of warning, medyo mahirap din po mahirap din po natin sa palagay po namin ay baka magka-problema po tayo sa pagpapatupad po ng ating warning kapag naging pagod na po ang ating mga kababayan sa paulit-ulit na paglikas pagbalik. So ito po yung mga factors na kailangan po nating tingnan maigi sa ating pong mga pagbigay ng warning.
Ma'am, may tanong ka pa po? Or okay na po si ma'am? Any more questions from the audience? From the media? Okay. If there's none, may we ask Ms. Mariton closing remarks or message and a reminder to everyone?
So, sa ngayon po, naka-alert level 4 po tayo. Bagamat nakikita po natin na tahimik ang ibabaw ng bulkan, meron lang po tayong mahinang pagbuga ng abo at aso mula sa main crater ng Taal. Ang mga ating pong nasusukat na parameters ay nagsasaad po na meron pa rin po tayong patuloy na magma intrusion sa ilalim ng bulkan. Patuloy pa rin po, bagamat kumaunti na, patuloy pa rin po ang malalakas na volcanic earthquakes. Nandyan pa rin po ang pamamaga ng bulkan. At sa kasalukuyan po ay mataas ang sulfur dioxide na nagsasaad po na mayroon pong magma sa mababaw na bahagi sa ilalim ng bulkan. So nakatalaga pa rin po ang alert level 4. Mangyari po lamang na tayo po sa ating mga kababayan na tayo po ay sa hazard sa pagtatalaga po natin ng mga areas na high risk. Huwag po tayong pumasok o lisanin po natin ang mga lugar na ito dahil nandyan pa rin po yung posibilidad na magkaroon po ng biglaang pagsabog ng malakas ng main crater ng Taal. Dapat po nating iwasan ang Taal Volcano Island specifically, lalong-lalo na po ang pulo. Huwag na po tayong bumalik dito. Bigyan po natin ng pagkakataon ang ating pong ahensya na pag-aralan ulit ng masusi kung ano po ang ibig sabihin ng lal na ito. Huwag po nating i-gamble o isugal ang ating buhay sa mga oras na ito dahil nandyan pa rin po yung panganib ng malakas sa pagputok.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mariton. So on behalf of our Undersecretary Renato Solidum and OIC of Vivo, thank you very much for coming here.
May mga portions doon na hindi na namin sinama dahil for brevity, dahil hahaba yung iba doon, medyo mga informalities. And pati yung hinaing ni John Paul Solano, pati yung kanyang lawyer, yung sama ng loob niya, nilabas niya doon. Na hindi dapat, isipin mo, brad din nyo, natiis nyo na natutulog sa waiting shed. Kung saan abutin ng gabi doon, matutulog sa labas ng eskwelahan. Sumakay ng bus, hindi alam ang direksyon. Pag nakakita ng jeep, sasakay ng jeep, kung saan barangay makarating, doon na lang siya abutin. Just imagine what he went through, yung ordeal. Tapos iniwan nyo doon sa hospital. Anyway, as he said, at the proper time, pagdating ng October 24, and I hope you won't change your mind as you did. No? Kasi ang pangako mo sa amin, wag lang matuloy yung inquest, di ba? And yung mga prosecutors dito, di ba? You were released upon inquest. Dapat doon pa lang, hindi ba nakaka-assuage ng sentimento ng mga magulang kung sakaling in-all the way mo na yung ginawa mo pagtulong dito. Kasi nakita namin, simpatsya namin sa iyo. Actually, ang simpatsya namin nasa iyo eh. At that time, when you, as you were testifying before us during the executive session, you know, we all felt for you. Puro kami bleeding heart sa iyo. Pero ngayon, as mentioned by Senator Subiri, parang bakit nagkaganon? And sabi nga ni Senator Gatchalian, what's your purpose para mag-file ng motion to quash yung search warrant? Ano ba yung mga defects ng warrant, Chief Superintendent Coronel? Ano ba yung mga defects ng warrant na sinasabi nung...
Yes, sir. In the application for the search warrant made by the Manila Police District, it was inadvertently indicated in the application that this warrant was purposes of violation of Section 28 of the Anti-Hazing Law of 8049. When in truth and in fact, the applicant meant its violations of Section 2 and 4. So it is a typographical error on our part, which have we already manifested before the court regarding to this. And we have been informed that what is the controlling part on the application of warrant is the text and the body of the application, indicating that the search warrant was applied for specifically violations of anti-hazing law, indicating the name, the place, and the persons which subject of the search warrant, and the properties or items to be seized, confiscated, or recovered. Your Honor.
PG, Catalan, what do you make of this testimony, assuming that he affirms the same testimony on October 24?
Your Honor, at this point,
preempting your the resolution that you
yes, Your
that
Honor,
your prosecutors
we
will
might
make.
preempt the resolution, but at this point, Your Honor, may we request that a certified copy of this document be furnished so that we can
Wag na lang kayo.
have it.
Si Attorney Capuna na lang tatanungin ko.
Yes, Your Honor.
Para, of course, that's one-sided also. But later on, I'll also ask the lawyers of the FRAT members here kung ano yung kung anong tingin nila. Of course, assuming that he affirms the same testimony or at least yung material points. Attorney Capunan. This is the first time that you read this this testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
So what do you make of this testimony?
I think this is valuable information, Your Honors, towards finding what really happened during the event. Certainly, we would request as well a certified true copy, if not from the police authorities from the Senate. If I may add...
Not just valuable information, valuable evidence.
Evidence, Your Honor. I'm very careful with my words, Your Honor, because there seems to be a tendency to file libel cases against lawyers who make public statements, and I confirm for the record that Dean Divina has already filed 2 libel cases against us, Your Honor, just for speaking on behalf of the parents, Your Honor. And I hope that does not happen to all lawyers here, because if there are 40 lawyers representing 40 respondents, Your Honor, there may be a concern, there may be a chilling effect, Your Honor. So, on behalf of the parents, maybe there should be immunity for the parents and for the lawyers for the statements made in the Senate investigation.
Okay. Senator Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To General Coronel, sir, noong October 2, nagpadala ho kayo ng letter requesting for technical assistance sa Philippine Cybercrime Group. Is that correct, General?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the letter pertains to a request from your office to provide technical assistance for the exploitation of information on social media accounts of the suspects involved in the death of Horacio Castillo III. Is that correct, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
General, can you give us a overview of what transpired after the technical assistance provided by the PNP Anti-Cybercrime Group?
Yes, Your Honor. During the course of the investigation of this hazing incident, we were in receipt of several information, particularly social media communication or exchanges of information, which we believe to have been published or reported or communicated by members of Aegis Juris fraternity members pertaining to the incident of the initiation and hazing of Acio Castillo. So there were 2 threads which submitted to the Anti-Cybercrime Unit of the Philippine National Police for verification, authentication, and validation. And in these social media exchanges of information, it was indicated that several fraternity members, not only residents but also alumni, were aware of the incident of the death of Acio Castillo, even on the early morning, in the early hours of the morning of September 17, when Acio was brought to Chinese General Hospital. And because of this, we submitted it to the Anti-Cybercrime Unit for examination and evaluation, Your Honor.
Thank you, General. And subsequently, also there were also social media chatter about a discussion in Novotel.
Yes.
General, I
Yes,
think
Your
that
Honor.
was also the subject matter of the letter that you requested from the anti-cybercrime group.
Yes,
is
Your
that
Honor.
correct, General?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you elaborate further on that account?
Yes, sir. Apparently, social chat page or Facebook page was put up by members of the Aegis Juris fraternity discussing the ways, means, and actions that they have to take regarding the investigation of Acio Castillo. And we have monitored that several members of this fraternity met in a meeting at a Novotel Hotel purposely to discuss their actions to be taken in this investigation. Based on the exchange of communication from these fraternity members, it would appear that the tendency of the fraternity to conceal or to obstruct justice is very evident, when they would like to avoid at all costs investigation and prosecution of this case, Your Honor.
General, isa-isahin ho natin. So, nakuha niyo information from Facebook chat messages.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you asked the anti-cybercrime group to validate these chat messages.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sino-sino po yung mga nasa chat messages?
We have submitted it to the
For
committee.
the information
Yes,
of
sir.
Senator Gatchalian, we have a PowerPoint presentation of the Facebook chat that transpired, as you mentioned, sa Novotel, and andito yung mga thread nila. So, if you're ready, sige, proceed lang na.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's better to look at the presentation, Mr. Chair.
Aegis Juris chat messages, September 17 to 18, 2017. Attorney Marvy Abo, Brian Bangui, Attorney Cecilio Jimeno, Attorney Alston Kevin Anarna.
For the record, ito yung mga nag-participate sa chat. Is that correct?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
sir. Attorney Ferdinand Rogelio, Attorney Edsel Bert Canlas, Attorney Cesar Ocampo Ona, Arvin Balag, Jose Miguel Salamat, Attorney Gail Dante Acuzar Caraan, Attorney Henry Pablo Jr., Attorney Michael Vito, Attorney Cesar Mong Gaba de la Fuente, Attorney Nino Cervanes, Ronald Cheng, Attorney Manuel Angelo Ventura III, Milfen Alvarado, Attorney Jet de la Peña Villaroman.
Mr. Chair? Yes, Mr.
Senator
Chair.
Subiri.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, actually, the committee has been in receipt of this, what you call screenshots of this chat group that was, I believe, very active during the morning of Sunday. And we'd like to direct the Manila Police District together with the investigating group to take a look at these screenshots, verify through your anti-cybercrime unit to verify these accounts in Facebook and to see if these are actual persons, who they are, what circumstances they're in. I believe Most of them are lawyers. Kaya, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, kung ganito po ang ating mga future lawyers at yung mga abogado po natin active in cover-ups of crimes, I feel sorry for the law profession. I really do, Mr. Chairman. And so, we direct the committee to come up with a report as well on these screenshots of these group chats, because it's the points being raised there. I read it one time last week, Mr. Chairman. The points being raised there are a matter of obstruction of justice and clearly a cover-up. Meron po dyan messages na inuutusan po ang isang tao na i-erase ang CCTV footage, na bayaran kung kailangan bayaran yung barangay officials para makuha yung CCTV footage. Obviously, this is an obstruction of justice, a clear cover-up on the investigation. So we'd like to direct the Manila Police District to look further into this. We will give you all the information. Hopefully, truth will come out on this. General?
Yes, sir. We have submitted already these initial findings to Facebook Philippines, and we're waiting for validation in order that the same may be used in evidence in court, if ever, Your Honor.
With kind indulgence of Senators, Mr. Chair, this is the first time I've actually seen the memo, no, but I haven't seen the exact conversation. Maybe request the good committee secretary to just give us a very brief synopsis of the chat that went through during that time, Mr. Chair.
Siguro i-highlight na lang yung mga importante na mga chat messages.
Earlier on, after the testimony was made public of John Paul Solano, I believe Prosecutor General Jorge Catalan Jr. had wanted to make a statement. Attorney Catalan, do you wanted to make a statement earlier? You were raising your hands.
Yeah, I am just requesting that a certified copy of this document be furnished so that we can forward it to the panel, and the panel would likewise evaluate and analyze the admissibility of these documents. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, before we continue the discussion and look at the PowerPoint, General, can you give us a timestamp nitong conversation na ito para at least everyone's on the same page kung kailan po nangyari itong conversation na ito?
It appears, Your Honor, that the conversation...
Can you just walk us through?
Yes,
Familiar ka naman dito, di ba? As it
yes,
is
Your
being presented, i-annotate mo na lang.
Yes, Your Honor. It appears that the one being appearing on the screen was the one posted on sometime in the early morning of September 17, when the report of when Acho Castillo was already brought to the Chinese General Hospital, and that it was already confirmed that he's already dead. And also, if I may add, Your Honor, we have received this information only about sometime first week of October, and I'm relating this in the context that in the early part of our investigation, sometime on September 19 or 20, I understand that the Aegis Juris Fraternity came out with a statement saying that they will fully cooperate with the investigation of this case. In fact, in their statement, they promise full cooperation, and they're reaching out and still doing so to the family of the late Horacio Castillo. And that just like everyone, they would like to see justice to be served for the death of their brother Acho, and that they share the anguish of their parents, and that in that context, in that Aegis Utility Fraternity statement, we were hoping that they will come out and cooperate with us. I've already informed senior members of their fraternity, including the dean, that that's the objective of our investigation. But then, in light of the discovery of these chat messages, it appears that from Sunday, September 17, the objective of the Aegis Utility Fraternity is to cover up, conceal, to avoid and evade the prosecution of this case. So that is the context of these messages, Your Honor. Okay. Sir, this is it consists of about 38 pages, 38 slides. In summary, sir, if I may. Yes, sir. Of these chat messages pertaining to the early morning of September 17, there were 30 personalities mentioned or included in the message thread. Of the 30 personalities, 19 of them attended the meeting at Novotel on September 17, 2017, purposely to discuss the actions to be taken by Aegis Juris Fraternity relating to the hazing incident leading to the death of Acho Castillo. Of the 19 attendees, we were able to identify 12 of them through their Facebook pages or social media information. Of these 12, 7 are, of the 12, 7 are still subject for identification. 6 were mentioned by the informants relating to this information or thread. And as I mentioned earlier, this chat started in the early morning of September 17. The group messenger or chat page was created by attorney Marvy Rosero Abu, who was the one who spearheaded or initiated this exchange of thread, asking members of the Aegis Juris Fraternity to hold a meeting and in order to discuss the actions to be taken by the fraternity. So as shown earlier, we were able to gather the identities mostly of those who were involved in the thread, and also identities of those who were added but did not participate in the conversation. Yes, sir. So mostly, if you're going to review each individual exchanges of communication between these Aegis Juris fraternity members, it would appear that they intend to cover up the incident. Contrary to their announcement made on September 19, that they are willing to face the investigation and support the authorities in the conduct of the investigation. In fact, majority of them said that they will find ways and means to see that the evidence that will be gathered or recovered by the investigating authorities shall not be, will no longer be available to the PNP or to those who are conducting the investigation. And then,
General, sandali lang.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can we go back one slide? The other slide, the slide before that. Nakalagay dun, may nakalagay-highlight dun na pinauwi. Ito, pinauwi ko na GP Arvin sa Subic. Nasa hospital na ang bata. Clearly, they know what had transpired, and they're clearly asking or guiding the GP, I believe Arvin Balag, to go to Subic and leave the scene.
Yes, sir. And I think what is most relevant or material to our investigation is the post made by Mig Salamat or Mr. Salamat, saying that he was in possession of the cell phone of Acho Castillo at that time when these messages were being exchanged, and that according to him, that several calls have already been made by the parents of Acho Castillo to that phone, and they were hesitant to answer these calls, and it is true, it was confirmed by the parents of Acho Castillo that they've been trying to contact their son since Saturday evening and even the early hours of Sunday and even up to Monday, Your Honor.
General, I'd just like to ask the parents of Ateo Castillo to confirm this, that they were making several phone calls at that time.
Good morning. Yes, I was making several phone calls and texting my son starting Saturday evening pa lang, and then Sunday early morning, and then Sunday morning before lunch. Because of course he told me that he's supposed to arrive before lunch.
That was he promised.
He promised to be home by lunchtime Sunday. But I was trying to call him up. He never answered his phone. He never answered his text. And I was texting those people in the flyer. I was calling them, but nobody was answering. I was looking for the whereabouts of my son because I was already worried. Nobody would even tell me where he is. Nobody helped.
Nobody helped.
You know, we found out Monday at 1 in the morning. Monday to, ha? 1 in the morning. Whoever texted me, and then I found him. sa punerarya unidentified. So tell me what happened during those days. Because you have to answer for all of that. You have his phone.
Bring it back.
Bring it back.
Bring it back.
You have his eyeglasses. You have his watch. Bring it back.
Those are important to us.
Those are
Please
important
bring
things
it
to
back.
us. Those were his last things that I want.
Bring it back.
Thank you.
Sir, in
Continue, General.
summary, this can be established that in the early morning of September 17, resident members of the fraternity, particularly Arvin Balag and Salamat, who are already aware of the situation concerning Acho Castillo, have consulted with their fraternity members on what actions they will take. And apparently, this was the exchange of messages between these fraternity members. And because of this, they met in the afternoon at Novotel, purposely, presuming that they will discuss what actions they will take. And that apparently from that day, September 17, up to this day, we have not met any of those persons involved, only until this very day that I were able to see the people involved in this hazing incident. So, to our mind, it appears that the agreement then made by those who met at Novotel Hotel was to cover up and to obstruct justice, Your Honor.
General, you said earlier, no, there are 38 pages of this chatter, no? In a nutshell, ano po talaga ang pinag-usapan ho nila? For the record, once more.
Yes, sir. In a nutshell, sir, there was a reported incident of hazing death of a neophyte in their fraternity, and then mostly they were already in panic on what to do. They could not agree where to meet, but then they agreed that they'll meet in Novotel, and then what actions to be taken. Some were in favor of facing this problem squarely and talking with the parents of Acho Castillo, and some, and a majority, great majority, advocated that they just avoid and evade the prosecution, taking concern of having concerns for their fraternity brothers who were involved. Baka daw masira daw yung kinabukasan at ang future ng mga brothers nila na involved sa hazing, and that they need to meet. And then part of the discussion was probably to contact the family and probably reach an agreement or a settlement with the family regarding this particular case. But nowhere in this thread will it show that they were willing to subject themselves to investigation. And precisely, I'm like to put this thread into context of the fraternity statement made by them 3 days after the incident, that they are supposed to be saying that they are willing to appear before the authorities, give their full support and cooperation. So, in the past how many days since we found out this thread, they have not appeared before any investigating body, particularly to the Manila Police District. And we assume that the agreement reached by those persons seen on the screen right now.
Can you give us
entering
details
Novotel.
on the screenshots,
Yes,
General?
Your Honor.
This is what location, what day, what
Yes,
time?
Your Honor, this is the screenshot or the video taken of the Aegis Juris fraternity members who met at Novotel Hotel, purposely to discuss the Acho Castillo case. And apparently, from the days that have last, from September 15 to this very date, there was no support or cooperation extended by that Aegis Juris fraternity, contrary to their announcement, Your Honor.
General, ito po yung CCTV ng Novotel.
Yes, Your Honor.
At ito yung mga taong nag-uusap dito po sa Facebook chat.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have the names of those who are in the CCTV?
Yes, Your Honor. It's included in my report. I submitted to the
In fact, they were invited, Your Honor. And so the chair directs the COMSEC to issue subpoena, to them for the next hearing.
Mr. Chair, can we, once again, this is the first time I've seen the CCTV. May we direct the COMSEC just to name the personalities who are in the CCTV so that everyone will be enlightened who participated in this discussion on the day Acho died.
personalities during the September 17, 2017, 5:03 p.m. at Elevator 5 after meeting. Cecilio Jimeno, Miguel Salamat, Edsel Canlas, Bonget
As
Rogelio.
the names are called, kindly indicate if you are present, because those who are not present and did not heed the invitation will be issued subpoena. So, as the COMSEC calls out or calls the names, kindly indicate if you are around.
Again, Cecilio Jimeno, Miguel Salamat,
Present, Your Honor.
Edsel Canlas, Bonget Rogelio. Sir.
Ito na ba yung mga nag-participate doon sa discussion or meron pa hong iba?
Of those who were seen in the hotel, 12 personalities had been identified, Your Honor, and we still have to identify 9 more. As mentioned earlier by the chair, those present identified were Marvy Rosero Abu, Bonget Rogelio, Mong de la Puente, Edselbert Canlas, Mig Salamat, Cecil Jimeno, Brian Melbangi, Gayle Dante Acusar Caraan, Miguel Ventura III, Milfen Alvarado, Jet de la Peña Villaroman, and Henry Pablo Jr. And we still have to identify 9 more, Your Honor, and ongoing po yung investigation.
So 9 more ang hindi pa na-identify?
Hindi pa, yes sir.
Mr. Chair, pwede ko bang tanungin isa dito sa mga... Ito si Mr. Rogelio is obviously nandyan. Sino ba yung mga ibang
Your Honor,
nag-participate?
For the record, I was not there at that hotel, Your Honor. That's not me depicted in the photograph.
Hindi ba ikaw yan?
No, Your Honor. I have not been there at the Novotel ever since.
Did you participate in the chat group?
What chat group, Your Honor?
The chat group we just presented. Is his
Because
name, was his Facebook page identified in the chat group?
Check my records, Your Honor.
Well, check, Mr. Chair. Mr. Salamat, sino yung mga iba pang nag-participate? Meron pang siyam na hindi nakikilala. Sino pa yung siyam na yun?
Your Honor, I can no longer confirm who participated.
Diba nandoon ka? But you confirm na nandoon ka?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, alam mo kung sino-sino yung mga nandoon? Diba, nandoon ka eh.
If asked to recall, Your Honor, I can no longer...
Hindi mo na matandaan ngayon.
I can name some names, Your Honor, pero I can't assure you that I would remember all.
No, as far as your memory can remember, sino yung mga hindi pa nababanggit na siyam?
I can no longer recall.
We have here some photos. Can you identify them through their photographs, if shown to you? Mix ka rin ba? Mix?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor.
Oh, mix. Dito lang para pakibigyan mo.
Maybe with the permission of Senator Gatchalian, I just want to ask again, Mr. Bonget Rogelio, obviously it's in the thread, your Facebook page profile. Ikaw ba to na nakatutok ng baril? Yan ba yung Facebook photo mo?
Your Honor, earlier when
Profile?
it was being shown in the projector screen, Your Honor, I was seated at the back I did not have the opportunity to examine what was actually being shown, Your
I
Honor.
will
So
present it to you now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just confirm or deny that it is yours.
Paki-check mo na lang yung mga...
Your Honor,
Check mo na lang.
cases have already been filed against me.
Does
And
that-
I'll answer all allegations, Your Honor, pertaining to my case on the 24th.
Pertaining to your case, yes. But how would identifying those in the photographs incriminate you yourself? That's my question.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request Mr. Rogelio to give back the document. That's our evidence. And you're not at liberty at this point in time. I just want you to confirm if that was your Facebook profile.
It would appear to be similar to my Facebook profile, Your Honor, but to be honest, Your Honor.
Are you a lawyer, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you part of government or you're in a law firm?
I'm connected with a private law firm, Your Honor.
Please state the name of your private law firm.
Being Abrenica Dagkuten Associates, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, can we have their oath taken? I don't think they were given their, administered their oath for those who sat down at this table.
Yung hindi pa na-administer yung oath, kindly stand up. Attorney Rogelio.
I already
Tapos na?
swore, Your Honor.
Nasa likod sila pero they were administered their oath already.
So, Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask, please, Senator Gatchalian, sorry.
One final word. Mr. Salamat, ano yung pinag-usapan nyo doon? Andun ka eh. You admitted that you were part of the discussion, your picture is there. So ano yung mga pinag-usapan ninyo?
Your Honor, I respectfully invoke my right against self-incrimination.
Okay. Pero identifying the photographs, the personalities in the photographs, would not incriminate yourself. So kindly check sa mga photographs who among those were present during that meeting.
Your Honor, that would mean that I am incomplicit if I identify them.
Implicit to what?
If I identify them.
Nag-uusap lang kayo doon, nag-meeting lang kayo, hindi naman kayo nang-haze doon.
Yes po. Your Honor, for the record, perjury and obstruction of justice was also filed against me, Your Honor.
So you don't want to perjure yourself here?
That's why I'm invoking my right against
Okay.
self-incrimination.
General, saan sila nag-meet sa Novotel?
Sir, in a function room in Novotel Hotel located at the third floor
So
of the
they
premises.
rented a function room.
Yes, Your Honor. It appears that they have a function room available to them.
Who paid for the function room?
We're waiting for the records check with the Novotel Hotel, Novotel regarding this, Your
Please
Honor.
submit to us the, after getting the information, please submit to this committee.
We will do that here, Mr. Senator.
Mr. Chairman, may I be allowed to ask the counsel of Atio Castillo's family. I'm not familiar with rules pertaining to disbursement cases. It's obvious that many of these people in these chat groups, in their discussions, are lawyers or future lawyers. May I ask Attorney Kapunan, what are grounds for disbarment once proven that they're actual cover-ups or obstruction of justice cases?
I think that should better be addressed to Attorney Layusa.
Nandito ba si member, si
Sa
member
ano
of the court?
sa
With the court.
with the court, yeah.
Okay. Attorney Layusa, my apologies, I didn't realize there was a member of the Supreme Court. What are grounds for disbarment, ma'am, at the very least?
Actually, the grounds for disbarment is it should be found in the Code of Conduct for the lawyers. That is impartiality, and another one is for immorality, and then the other ones are those that violations found in the Code of Conduct for lawyers, or one of the grounds probably might be obstruction to justice, but somebody has to file a complaint against them.
Attorney, in the context of the discussion here, doon lang kami interesado.
Dito po.
Wag na po yung immorality kasi wala namang dito.
So ano lang po yun? Yun, obstruction to justice. But somebody has to file a complaint against these lawyers before the Supreme Court or before the IBP, the Integrated Bar of the Philippines. dalawa kasing procedure yan. If you file it with the IBP, then the IBP will take cognizance of the case, and then after everything is finished, after hearing, they will submit their decision or resolution to the Supreme Court for approval. It does not mean that when a decision has been rendered by the IBP, it is already final. No. Under the rules of court, it has to be submitted by the integrated bar to the Supreme Court, either to affirm the decision, to dismiss the case, or increase whatever penalty was rendered by the IBP. But when the case is filed before the Supreme Court, the court will let the complainant comment or answer the complaint. Then it is immediately forwarded or endorsed to the IBP for investigation, report, and recommendation. It will now be the IBP who will hear the case. And once again, it is done, there's a resolution, there's a decision, the same is forwarded back to us, to the Supreme Court, for affirmation, dismissal, or a higher penalty, modification, and a higher penalty be rendered against the lawyers.
Thank you, Attorney. Attorney, the reason why I asked this is in aid of legislation. We're in the process of strengthening the anti-hazing law, and we're looking at provisions wherein if they're guilty of any violation of the law, whether it is the higher violation of murder or even just lower violations of the law, automatic yung disbarment or removal from
No.
we're looking at possibilities of legislating that. If he's a doctor and therefore his license will be revoked, if he's an accountant as well as their license be revoked, if there's a lawyer, it's an automatic disbarment. The reason why I raised this, Attorney, is because in the Lenny Villa case, unfortunately, some
Yes.
of those who are convicted are, I believe, still lawyers and working in high positions in judiciary. Am I correct, Attorney?
Yes, Your Honors. In fact, some of them, they took their oath in the year 2004, 2002, 2010, and until now, some of them have not yet took their oath for the reasons that the cases filed against them are still pending. Our process at the Office of the Bar Confidant, for example, somebody was involved in hazing and a pending case is still, a case has been filed against them, and they apply to take the bar exams. So they have now a pending case. The policy of the court is to let them take the bar exams. But once they pass, we will hold their oath-taking. It might even take 10 years, 15 years, but the court will not allow them to take their oath unless the cases against them has been dismissed. Otherwise, there are instances wherein cases against those involved in hazing were dismissed. The court allowed them to take the bar exams, but they cannot take their oath until further orders from the court. So they have to file a petition before the Supreme Court that they be allowed to take their oath now. But they have to submit certain documents that will convince the Supreme Court that they are now of good moral fiber. So they will allow them to take their oath as a lawyer. So up to the present, Your Honor, we have 70,000 plus lawyers. But actually, there are still some lawyers which have not taken their oath because of their pending cases.
Thank you for the information. Thank you,
Before you proceed, the Chair acknowledges the presence of Senator Joel Villanueva. Morning, sir.
Mr. Chair, just to move on, General, Coronel, for the record, dito sa mga chat messages as well as the CCTV, nandun ba ho si Attorney Divina and the other school officials?
No, we were not able to see Attorney Divina in the CCTV footages, nor his name, nor his Facebook profile appeared in this chat
How
messages,
about
Your
the
Honor.
other UST officials po, General? faculty members?
There was an
officials?
UST administration official, Attorney Alvar Sosa, who I understand is the in-house counsel of the University of Santo Tomas, who was mentioned and included in the chat group, Your Honor.
Was he present during the Novotel meeting?
No, Your Honor, we were not
Was he
able to
present?
see him in the videos showing the persons who, the frat members who went to Novotel, Your Honor.
I have a question. Dean, or the very Reverend Herminio Dagohoy, o kaya si Jonathan Santos, sa debarment policy, ano bang debarment policy ng UST?
Mr. Chairman, if I may please be allowed just very briefly to respond to the statement earlier
Please,
of Attorney Kapunan regarding filing of libel cases. So we have filed 3 libel cases against the good lawyer and one against her son. It's one thing to make a statement about the case, but another thing to make malicious imputation that tend to destroy dignity, honor, and good name of a person that's been built painstakingly over 52 years, Your Honor. Now, in response to your question, Mr. Chairman, the grounds for debarment under our policies, well, we have various grounds. One is failure to meet the QPI. QPI means a minimum average to be able to progress to the next semester. 9-unit rule, meaning you failed 9 units in one semester. Or 1/2 load rule, meaning you failed 1/2 of the load for that semester.
So what's the required QPI for students?
It
For each
ranges
semester, I mean.
78 for first year, Mr. Chairman.
78 for first year, second year,
79,
and third year,
80, Mr.
80,
Chairman.
and then fourth year,
80 also,
80
Mr. Chairman.
also. So, may papakita lang akong table dito, ano? Yung with the names, ano? I mean no offense, ano?
Sure,
Pero
sir.
iyan yung table po. If you can read. Based on this table, ten members were allowed to enroll, ano? You allowed admission for the current semester, 2017 to 2018. Pero kung titingnan natin to, parang 4 lang yung magko-qualify. So why is that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Is there another standard for aegis juris?
No, Mr. Chairman. If I may please
Yeah,
be allowed to
please.
clarify. It's like, Mr. Chairman, it takes time before the grades can be computed. For a particular semester, the grades for the first semester were not yet available. So we sort of accommodated about 6 to 8 students. We allowed them to enroll for the next semester pending completion of the grades, Mr. Chairman. So if it turns out that there's a ground for debarment, then they'll be debarred the following sem. It's a benefit that was extended to 68 students, Mr. Chairman. It's not intended to favor one particular group, Mr. Chairman.
So, gaano ba katagal magsabit ng grades yung mga
Well,
faculty?
there were about 2 to 3 faculty members, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
We did not submit the grades on time. And it will delay the enrollment, Mr. Chairman.
And this is preceding a 2-month vacation.
Yes, Mr.
So,
Chairman.
ba't ganun katagal?
And that's why attention has been, we have called attention to the concerned faculty members. And in one instance, we did not give a load.
I just can't understand, ano? Dito, preceding dito, 2 months yung bakasyon. Hindi pa rin nakasabit ng grades? Hindi pa na-total?
Yes, Your Honor. About 3 of them, Your Honor.
So that's a reflection of UST's efficiency, Reverend Father.
No, they will not be given a load, Mr. Chairman. It's a real problem in law school, Mr. Chairman, that grades are not submitted in time.
Well, alam niyo kung suspicioso akong mag-isip, baka kailangan para may mga magre-recruit. Mauubos yung members ng aegis juris pagka sinunod yung debarment policy, as you mentioned earlier. Kung yung academic standards susundin, walang maiiwan eh. Halos ilan? Ilan lang maiiwan? 4.
They will be debarred. Many of them will be debarred. The GP, the head, and the head previous to him were all debarred, Mr. Chairman. The point, Mr. Chairman, is that this is not intended to favor or benefit one group.
The head remains.
6 to 8 students. Mr. Balag is already debarred, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, but they're still there and they were able to recruit at you eh.
No, for this SEM, already debarred, Mr. Chairman.
For this SEM, but unfortunately, September 17, nangyari yung kay Atyo. Kung debarred siguro, hindi na sila nakapag-recruit kay Atyo. Baka buhay pa si Atyo ngayon. Hindi
Well,
ba?
Mr. Chairman, what I'm saying is that it's not intended to favor any particular group. In fact, 68 students benefited from
Dean,
this.
with all due respect, it doesn't seem so. Ah. It doesn't seem so.
What is that, Mr. That?
It doesn't seem so based on this table. Because kung susundin natin yung department policy and compare it with this table, 4 nga lang yung dapat na andyan eh.
About,
Na-admit eh.
I was told by the faculty secretary that six students from Aegis Juris out of 68 well, sort of benefited from this policy, Mr. Chairman.
Anyway, sige, please, gentlemen.
Mr. Chair,
Just,
if I may, just in that particular, in that
from
particular
another
point.
UST alumnus.
No, because Mr. Chair, if I recall, the last time I was here during the first hearing, during the first hearing, Mr. Chairman, I remember I raised that issue of website, if you would recall. And I remember after that hearing, I was brought straight to St. Luke's, Mr. Chairman. But I just remember, Mr. Chairman, during that hearing, we talked about it and we asked our dean from UST, Faculty of Civil Law, about that website. And I think I even asked if it is really Divina Law Office na nagmamanage po nung website. Kahapon, Mr. Chair, I tried to Google and look at the UST Civil Law website. Nandun pa rin po yung nandun pa rin yung Aegis Juris fraternity, nakalagay po doon. And again, Mr. Chairman, parang promotion pa rin ho ito. Hindi ko alam kung aware pa rin po ang ating dean, si Dean Divina, because last hearing I mentioned this. And unfortunately, if I'm in the shoes of the family of Acho, medyo masakit pa rin po. Nandun pa rin ho eh. Are you still aware of this?
Last time we checked, Mr. Chairman, it was not there.
Sir, you go to Google. This morning, yung staff ko went to Google again and it's still there. Baka naman...
But it should be removed, Mr. Chairman. It should be removed, Mr. Chairman.
It
should be removed.
Out of respect lang.
It should be removed, Mr. Chairman.
Din,
If it's there, it should
I
be
think
removed.
it should be removed.
It
Thank
should
you.
be
I just want to raise that up, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Senator Grace, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, if you go to the website of USC, it's not there. But if you go to Google, it leads you to a site. And it contains all the history of the website, Mr. Chairman. But if you check the website itself, it's no longer there.
But you're the one managing the
No,
website.
it's Google, Your Honor, makes reference to the history of the website, old and current. But
So
if you check the website of UST, it's no longer there, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
So, I believe, Chairman, Mrs. Castillo would
May I
like
be
to comment.
recognized? During the course of his maybe around last week of August to the first week of September, he was already researching about the fraternity and its connections. It's apparently it's connected to the dean of Divina Law, so that's why he was enticed. He was invited to join. He didn't apply. He was recruited. You know, it took him a while before he decided to join. Because apparently he didn't want to join. He joined because basically the picture of the dean was in the flyer. And he said, maybe I'll consider. Because of course, he's the dean. So that's why he joined. And unfortunately, this happened. We're giving this. We're submitting already the laptop of my son to show researches that he made with regards to the fraternity, its connections to the Divina Law, and all the other documents.
Mr. Chair, may I be allowed to also ask a question to the Dean? Dean Divina, good morning po.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Dean, at the last hearing that we had, medyo magulo nun, several testimonies were given, and a lot of our colleagues had asked a certain number of questions. I remember a question was asked on you on when did you know of the death of Acho Castillo. I clearly remember, it didn't sink to me until after the hearings. I clearly remember you saying 12 noon, it's on record, 12 noon of September 17, which is Sunday. Why did you not immediately notify the parents of Acho Castillo?
Thank you for giving me a chance to clarify, Mr. Chairman. That was about 12 to 12:15 p.m. after I attended Mass that I spoke with our faculty secretary, and he informed me that a student died allegedly because of hazing. I asked him to get the full name and the address right away so we can talk to the parents, and I also told him to talk to the Father Regent to inform me about it. And around nearing 6 p.m., I got another call from the faculty secretary informing me that based on unconfirmed reports, the student carried allegedly the name of Castillo. I did not have the full name, Mr. Chairman, nor the address. I only had the surname. If I have the full name and the surname, I would have gone to the parents myself. But I only had the surname, Mr. Chairman. So I thought it's more prudent to wait for the confirmation as to the full name and the address before I alert the authorities. And obviously, without the full name and the address, I cannot talk to the parents. But if I had those details, Mr. Chairman, I would have gone to the parents right away.
Who informed you, Dean?
The faculty secretary
At
informed
12
me.
noon?
No, at 12:15 after Mass,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, our faculty secretary informed me that based on a confirmed report, the student died allegedly because of hazing. So I asked him right away, get the full name and the address, and nearing 6 p.m., we spoke again, and he told me that the student carried the surname of Castillo, but no complete name, no address, Mr. Chairman.
You know, Dean, it's hard for me to believe that your story did. I'm sure your brads had called you up by that time already informing you. Of course, your story is your story, and what we believe is what we'd like to believe. But as Dean of the College of Law in UST, it's under your watch. See, Senator Lacson was former PNP chief, and he headed units. And I'm sure if his men had passed away during operations, he personally would make sure that he would call up next of kin of that of their unit to inform them of the death of their family member. It's kind of hard for me to believe that you only actually approached the family in the wake. No call was made. As a matter of fact, it's only September 20, a Wednesday, or 3 days after Atio's death, which was reported by media, that you had visited the wake of Atio's parents. No call was made, no letter was given, no announcement. That's your watch, Dean. Di ba? Tao mo yan eh. Pamilya mo yan. That is your responsibility as Dean of the university. Can you explain yourself?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I do not have the contact numbers of the members of the fraternity. I have kept my distance from them. I do not have their as I said, their telephone numbers, their contact numbers, their addresses. I only rely on the report of the faculty secretary. And I spoke with the mother of Atio on Monday, Mr. Chairman, through a former student, Claire Castillo. So I talked to her Monday and assured her that I will help in bringing the perpetrators to justice. And I went to the wake on Wednesday, only on Wednesday, because I was told that the remains should be made available for viewing only on Tuesday, Your Honor.
But Dean, the school records are clear. You have the last name, how many Castillos are there in UST law. You have the addresses, I'm sure, and this can be confirmed by UST. You have the addresses, you have the home numbers, you have the numbers of next of kin. I'm also a university. I graduated from University of the Philippines. They have all my details, my contact details of my parents. I had given them all. So it is impossible that the dean of university would not know one of their students. I'm sure your students are not numbering more than thousands. I'm sure they're by the hundreds. It's easily recovered. I mean, there was no push on your part to actually, that's what pains me, Dino. It only dawned to me afterwards when I remember even approaching you after the session and I said, please help in the speedy justice of this case. You promised, and yet no one of your members have come out to support this case. No one. Not even Solano, who promised to do it several times during hearing and in executive session. So, you can't also blame us for how we feel na talagang nagago kami ng grupong ito. And I feel that justice should be meted out. And it's unfortunate, Dino. You could have done more. I feel that that day, you should have done more to be able to reach out to the family and be the one to inform them, not through an anonymous text message. While for almost 24 hours, the poor parents of Atio Castillo was going from morgue to morgue, hospital to hospital, looking for a body of their child. Kung anak mo yan din, nangyari sa'yo, put yourself in their shoes. You people, you have brothers and sisters, put yourself in your shoes kung nangyari yan sa mga kapatid nyo. I believe Mrs. Castillo would like to, Acho or Ma'am Mini?
For the record, I've never spoken to Dean. Never.
Ma'am, I think Monday through Claire Castillo. I spoke with you Monday after.
I really don't converse with Miss Claire Castillo.
I used the phone of Claire. And
I never remembered anything that
Kindly address the chair.
I'm sorry.
Kindly address the
Sorry
chair.
po.
So, Mr. Chair, are you saying, Dean, that you spoke to Mrs. Castillo through somebody else's phone?
I spoke with Claire Castillo. At that time, I wanted to ask.
Claire is the
Claire is
sister.
I think, Claire, relative of the Castillo family.
Sir, Mr. Castillo.
Claire Castillo is a first cousin.
So you cannot say that you spoke to the parents.
I was
you
able to-
spoke you spoke to somebody else. Meron kayong ibang kinausap, hindi sila.
I spoke with the mom using the cell phone of Claire Castillo, to the best of my recollection, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mrs. Castillo, you don't recall having spoken to
I don't remember talking to him.
the dean. I
But
think it would.
I remember one instant when my cousin handed me her phone, and it was the dean talking to me, trying to extend his help for funeral expenses.
And
That's
when
all.
was this?
This was already Monday around maybe 11 o'clock in the morning. But I did not accept the offer, Your Honor.
So perhaps this is what you're talking about, that you spoke to them Monday. You done?
Yes, I'm done. Please,
So, Mr. Chair, if I may ask my questions now.
Yes, please. Please proceed.
Unahin po natin yung NBI. Naririto ba yung NBI?
Wala na, Manila Police District.
Or yung MPD lang yung investigano. So just para sa ating record lang po, yung kinamatay ni Atio Castillo ay dahil sa pangbubugbog.
Our medical legal findings show that he died of the injuries which we believed he has sustained during the initiation rites, Your Honor.
So what were the injuries were caused by blunt force, by hand, by paddle? Do you have any description of?
Ma'am, may I ask our medical legal officer to explain the technical...
Sige po, paki-explica po. Doctor?
Yes, good morning, Your
Have
Honor.
you taken your oath?
No, Your honor.
The ComSec, please.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this Senate inquiry?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Paki-explica po, Doktora, kung ano po yung nakita ninyong nangyari dito kay Atio.
Your Honor, the cause of death is severe blunt traumatic injuries, both upper limbs.
So, ibig sabihin blunt, maaaring pambubugbog ng kamay o may ginamit na bagay?
Possible, Your Honor.
So, ang ibig sabihin po nito, talagang makikita ba ninyo kung marami ang gumawa nito o isang tao lang o hindi nyo madidetermina sa inyong autopsy report?
No, Your Honor.
Hindi. So, at least yan ay nasa record natin. So yun nga, dito sa mga kasamahan niya, siya ay namatay marahil sa pambubugbog mismo ng mga dapat niyang maging kapatid. Matanong ko nga, no, si Mr. Trangia na naririto, yung sasakyan ng iyong ama na Mitsubishi Strata ang ginamit para dalhin si Mr. Castillo sa ospital, tama ba?
Your Honor, I invoke my right against self-incrimination, Your Honor.
Pero ito'y nasa video kasi na nandun yung sasakyan. Totoo ba na kasama rin daw yung tatay mo nung mga hinatid mo yung...
Your Honor, may ongoing case na po about sa obstruction of justice. And I invoke my right against self-incrimination, Your Honor.
So, lahat yan, marahil hindi mo sasagutin, pero nilalabas ko yan sapagkat mukhang hindi naman kayo ni Mr. Solano ang naroon mismo sa pambubugbog, pero nagamit kayo para pagtakpan ang lahat ng ito. So, hindi mo sinasabi, ayaw mo aminin dito na sasakyan ng tatay mo na maaaring ang tatay mo ay kasama mo. Ngayon, Mr. Solano, ikaw ang nagdala sa ospital. Yan, malinaw yon. Kasi ikaw lang yung iniwan nila doon. Hinihingi ng nanay ni Mr. Castillo ang kanyang mga kagamitan, cellphone, relo, na wala pa sa kanya. Naalala mo ba nung hinatid mo kung nandun pa sa katawan o wala na doon yung cellphone o kaya yung relo?
Your Honor, with all due respect, I would invoke my right against self-incrimination.
May I just remind the resource persons, you can invoke your right against self-incrimination, and we will respect that. But do not invoke there's already an ongoing case. Wala pa naman sub judice rule dito, nasa preliminary investigation pa lang tayo. So if you want to remain silent, just invoke your right against self-incrimination, but not all the time.
Kasi
When you say right against self-incrimination, it's right against self-incrimination, not against incriminating others. Anyway, please proceed.
Kasi Mr. Solano, inamin mo naman na ikaw nagdala sa ospital, di ba? Nung unang hearing natin, hindi ba? Nabanggit mo ikaw. So, alam natin na ang dinala mo ay si Atyo, Atcho. Ikaw nagdala. Marahil naman ay napansin mo kung ano yung suot niya, kung may relo pa ba siya, kung may cellphone pa ba siya. Sa tingin ko naman, hindi na yun makakasama sa yung kaso para lang sabihin yun. Ngayon, iba naman ang tanong kung kinuha mo ba o may kumuha ba. Tinatanong ko lang sa'yo, nakita mo ba na nandun pang relo niya o ang cellphone niya? O hindi mo matandaan? Pinanggit mo na, ikaw nagdala eh.
Nabi mo na yun sa hearing last week eh.
Your Honor, if I would know, it would be included on my sworn statement.
Okay, Mr. Solano, it will be included in your sworn statement. What difference does it make by mentioning it here now? Anyway, you will bring it out. The point is, the mother is making an appeal, ang nanay ay umaapila na. Yan ang mga huling bagay na nasa anak niya. Tapos, inamin mo naman din, di naman namin sinabing ikaw nang bugbog eh. Ikaw nga ang nagdala. Marahil talagang na-pressure ka. Sabi mo nga, naawa ka sa bata kaya nagpaiwan ka na lang. At minura mo sila dahil alam mong mali. So, natatandaan mo ba, nandun pa yung gamit? Hindi ito makakapabigat sa kaso mo, ha? Para lang matandaan mo kung nandun yung relo at yung cellphone.
Your Honor,
O hindi mo matandaan?
I cannot recall the...
Again, with the indulgence of Senator Po, I'll just cite to you yung aming rules of procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation. Resolution number 5. This has been published. Section 18. Contempt. The chairman, with the concurrence of at least one member of the committee, may punish or cite in contempt any witness before the committee who disobeys any order of the committee or refuses to be sworn or to testify or to answer a proper question by the committee or any of its members or testifies falsely or evasively, or who unduly refuses to appear or bring before the committee certain, etc., etc. So I would just like to remind you that we're 5 here. Chairman, with the concurrence of at least 1 member, we can cite you in contempt and order your arrest and immediate detention if you keep on evading answering proper questions. So just a reminder.
Mr. Chair, yung ating mga kasama dito, alam nyo, dapat isama na rin ninyo dun sa inyong affidavit o sa inyong salaysay kung meron na nanakot sa inyo. Kasi parang ayaw ninyong magbanggit ng mga pangalan. Meron bang nananakot sa inyo? Kasama yan sa dapat managot din sila. Dahil ito naman ay hindi lamang dito sa nangyari kay Mr. Castillo. Kung may mga ibang bata na ginigipit ng mga kasamahan sa frat, dapat talagang managot rin. Gusto kong tanungin itong si Mr. Balag. Arvin Balag, ikaw ba ang president nitong frat o ano bang tawag sa'yo dito?
With all due respect, Your Honor, I would like to invoke my right against self-incrimination.
For the position you're holding in the fraternity, you're invoking your right?
Your Honor, being charged with the violation of anti-hazing law, Your Honor, it's one of the elements of the
No,
crime.
I'm not asking if you performed hazing. I'm just asking a legitimate fraternity, supposedly, that just has initiation rights, not necessarily admitting to hazing. Are you the head of that fraternity?
Your Honor, being a member officer is part of its element po. So I'm invoking my right.
Wait a minute.
Again, may I remind you, don't force us to cite you in contempt.
You are
Do not force us because medyo wag mong i-irritate yung mga members dito. A very simple question of your position and you're invoking your right against self-incrimination? Come on.
Mr. Balag, ikaw ay miyembro ng Aegis Juris, di ba? Siguro naman malinaw yan, nandito ka ngayon. O nagmamatigas ka na dun sa sinabi mong code of silence, dun sa yung text messages. Tingnan mo ito dito sa application, Aegis Juris Fraternity Law, Faculty of Civil Law, ikaw ang nakapirma. Tapos ito sa organization sheet, position ng organization, president. Ito yung University of Student Affairs ng UST, recognition ng fraternity. Andito na, malinaw. Ni pagiging miyembro, hindi mo aaminin? Anong klaseng leader ka ng yung fraternity? Mga kasamaan sa fraternity, yan ang leader ninyo.
Your Honor, I'm invoking my right, Your Honor.
I think, Mr. Chair, I would like to move that this resource person be cited in contempt.
I second the motion, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion to cite in contempt Mr. Arvin Balag, and it is properly seconded. The motion is carried. So, Sergeant at Arms, after this hearing, you place him under detention. If you we're giving you another chance. You just answer straight. Don't be evasive. Ang tawag ng mga lawyers dito, res ipsa loquitur, hindi ba? Andyan na tinatanggi mo pa. And you're still invoking your right against self-incrimination. Why would it incriminate you kung i-affirm mo lang yun nasa record ng UST? So, we're giving you another chance.
Mr. Chair, alam mo, nakakaawa rin, mga bata pa ito pero bata pa lang ganyan na mag-isip. Kung hindi natin yan ilalagay sa tama ngayon pa lang, lalo na siguro pag tumanda na yan. Ang fraternity ninyo na may motto pa na do no injustice, suffer no injustice. you're doing an injustice to your fellow schoolmate, fratmate, brother, by not answering these questions. Nandito na nga yung mga magulang. Siguro naman kayo may pamilya rin. Alam mo, napakasimple. Ayaw na namin itong contempt na to. Ayaw namin mag-detain. Sagutin mo lang yung simpleng tanong. Pero kung ayaw mo, ikaw nang pumili niyang magiging kinahinatnan mo ngayon. Si Dean, tanong ko naman ito kay Dean Divina. Dean, hindi ba yung law firm na nagre-representa ng UST ay Divina Law Firm rin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So maaring sangkot dito talagang UST dahil estudyante nila ang napahamak. Ngayon, kung darating sa punto na magkakaroon ng kaso, iyong law firm mo ang magre-representa. Kayo rin ang dean ng law firm. Kayo rin ang isa sa mga naging miyembro nitong aegis juris na ngayon, ikaw ay naka-leave. Hindi ba nararapat rin? Hindi ba sumagi sa iyong isipan na unang-una ay dapat mag-inhibit ka na o umalis ka na muna bilang dean ng UST? Pangalawa, sa recruitment na sinasabi nga ni Mrs. Castillo, kayo ang ipinagyayabang ng fraternity nito na miyembro. Aba, kung ako rin estudyante sa UST, ng law firm, ng law school, at nakita ko na ang dean, ang dating miyembro ng frat na to, iisipin ko, mapapalagay yung loob ko kung sasama ako dito, siguro pag nagkaroon ako ng problema, matutulungan ako ng dean, hindi ako basta-basta makikick out. Siguro dapat mag-leave ka na rin dito.
Your Honor, I thought about that very seriously, and after deliberation and bringing it to my own prayers, I came to the conclusion that I cannot abandon my students, especially the barristers who are preparing for the bar examination, my 40 students and the rest of the studentry. Mr. Chairman, I have the support of the students, the Alumni Association, the faculty, and despite what's happening to my life, one after the other, I have not missed a single lecture, Mr. Chairman. Except for that Wednesday, that there was a hearing, but I made up for it. I don't think my dedication, my commitment to teaching and as an academician has been changed because of this. This is one incident that we're trying to resolve. I don't think it has a bearing on my competence, my dedication as a dean, a professor, and academician, Mr. Chairman.
With all due respect, Dean, I'm sure it has no bearing to your competence. You might be overcompetent nga eh. But my problem is this, nobody is indispensable. And even if the alumni, even if they agree that you are dedicated, that you're good with your job, this is one aspect of your job. But it weighs in heavily on the impression that you give, being still the dean of UST. I think we should have, in fact, the president of the UST to show up here at some point in the hearing, because you are the dean, but then we have a very important criminal investigation that's ongoing. And you are, I wouldn't say that you're front and center of it, but definitely a figure that's looming large. Nobody's indispensable, sir, and I think that giving a few months is a sacrifice on your part as well. Not just teaching, you can still continue lecturing, but holding a position in power as dean will, I believe, can compromise and can even scare away certain members, especially, I think it's a conflict of interest as dean, as counsel of UST, as being subject to the investigation. Itong mga estudyante na to na may mga nakabinbin pa na grades, baka matakot ito na pag nagsalita ako, baka yung, kahit wala naman ako talagang parte sa pag-hazing na yan, baka mamaya biglang bumagsak ako o may mangyari sa akin. This is just my opinion, but I think that the UST board should be able to come up with a resolution on placing you first on leave.
If I please be allowed to respond, I am not in charge or part of the commission conducting investigation. The Father Rector created an independent commission to look into this, Mr. Chairman, and I have not given any special preference or treatment to the Aegis Juris fraternity. 4 of their heads were debarred during my time, and they have been suspended preventively and actually. I have been a dean to all students regardless of affiliation, Mr. Chairman. I did not play favorites. I have maintained my neutrality.
Well, you can prove that even more by going on leave for a few months. And this is also goodwill on your part because you may not have any direct hand, but again, your figure, you're a large figure, you're looming behind all of these investigations and even in the lives of the students. I would like to ask, for example, with you being the dean now of UST, UST is also maintaining your law firm, is it not?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So if there's any question against you, it's also the same law firm that will be defending you, I suppose.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So I really see right there and then that there's really conflict here. And in fact, Dean, even if you say that you really cared and apparently have spoken to one of the Castillos as early as Monday, the fact that you were dean and you waited from 12:15 noon until 6 o'clock before doing further investigation as who that student is. If I were a member of the school, let's say board or even as dean, I would be frantic already the minute I found out that a student was in trouble. But you waited how many hours for a confirmation? And then you waited until the next day even to tell the parents. I mean, that after the media, and I feel, Dean, that alone might be a basic instinct also for self-preservation. Imagine, you're a member of this frat, and you're also the dean of of UST. So in that case, I really think that it's already somehow affecting how your actions are. Natural lang yun, you're human. So I think that's the easiest thing to do is step aside and as you said, there's an independent investigating group. Let them do their job. But in the meantime, just continue on lecturing, but you don't have to be dean.
Well, I respect your opinion, Mr. Chairman, but as I said, I thought about this, and I think the great interest of the students is what is paramount. And I have maintained my neutrality, and I have said that so many times. I have maintained my distance from the fraternity, and I'm not a member or part of the commission. Not
When were you,
involved.
Dean? I'm sorry. When were you a member of this Aegis Juris? What year?
I joined in 1986, Mr. Chairman.
At that time, in 1986, wala pa yatang anti-hazing law noon. May hazing ba na naganap sa'yo?
I think I testified in that last time, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I was. But after that, I recommended measures to the fraternity, and they abolished paddling. So 2 years after my time, they abolished paddling, and I presume that is still the case until this incident cropped up, Mr. Chairman.
You know what? Aside from being a member of this fraternity, you're also dean. And so, letting them sign a piece of paper that they will not do hazing is not necessarily a proactive approach. I'm sure marami kang mga kasama dyan na nakakausap. May hazing pa ba kayo? Nagpapadala ba ng representative ang USD to observe initiation rights? Have you done anything beyond having a signed covenant with these different fraternities that they should not be conducting hazing?
But school authorities will only be set, Mr. Chairman, if the school has been notified of the initiation right. And it's not the office of the dean that receives notice of initiation rights, but the office of the student affairs, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, but have you proactively at least asked other members of the Aegis Juris to report to you if there are any illegal hazing activities that's happening?
Every year, Mr. Chairman, they're required to undertake that they will not engage in hazing in any form or manner whatsoever as a condition for recognition.
I
Mr.
know
Chairman.
officially. But wag mo sabihin wala ka ng makilala dyan kahit on leave na tinatanong mo, may hazing ba nangyayari? May natanong ka ba?
I presume that there is no hazing, Mr. Chairman.
No,
Sabi-
see? Okay. So this alone shows you're just presuming, you're assuming, but you're not exactly proactively investigating because you know how these kids are. You're once like them. And you know they'll do it behind the back of authorities. But having been a part of that particular group and system, you should know, you should be one step ahead of them. And as dean, if you're serious about this, you should have asked, you should have investigated, and I'm sure you would have found out. So you have not.
But you can only investigate if there's a ground to investigate, Mr. Chairman. There's no ground to investigate. There are no occasions that would warrant investigation. That
No.
I don't exclude my
There's
part to
always
investigate, Mr.
ground to investigate.
Mr.
Because you
Chair.
know these are young children.
If I may interject, just
With the permission of Senator
just
Grace.
with your permission, Senator Grace. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me point out something here. In 2016, there was an altercation between Aegis Juris and Gamma Delta Epsilon. Are you aware of this, Dean Divina?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. In our research, we discovered that last year there was a complaint filed with the office of the bar confidant about the confrontation between Aegis Juris Fraternity and Gamma Delta Epsilon during the bar exams last October 12, 2016. In fact, in our research, it indicates that Dean Nilo Divina signed a memorandum where members of the Gamma Delta Epsilon fraternity and Aegis Juris fraternity were suspended from all bar operations and other, and I quote, all bar operations and other student activities within the UST campus or other site where the UST Faculty of Civil Law has an official activity. Will you confirm that, sir?
I did issue a circular
you signed that-
pending result of the investigation, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. However, and this is what I wanted to raise, Mr. Chairman, in relation to Senator Grace's questions. Upon my talks with students from our alma mater, from UST, we were informed that there were only suspensions and no other penalties imposed on these fraternities and their members. Mr. Chairman, and may I ask the Dean of UST Civil Law, would not the altercation of 2016, as confirmed by that memorandum you signed, be basis for permanently revoking the recognition of both Aegis Juris and the Gamma Delta Epsilon fraternity for the coming academic year, 2017-2018? Ito yung tinatanong ni Senator Grace. Kung ako'y sasama sa isang fraternity, at gaya po ng sinabi ng nagmamahal na ina ni Acho, kung makikita ko po na nandun po kayo, nandun yung picture po ninyo, talagang mai-inspire ho ako. With this issue na nangyari sa Manila Hotel, hindi pa rin na-revoke yung recognition sa kanila. As we speak, as I mentioned earlier, whether it's Divina Law Office handling the website of UST Civil Law, or it's just Google or technicality, if I Google, lalabas eh. So, lalakas yung loob ko. Talagang may engganyo ako na sumama dito kasi parang may protection ako eh. Can you comment on that, Dean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Why we created an independent committee to conduct investigation, and everybody is entitled to due process. I did not participate in the conduct of the investigation, Mr. Chairman. It was headed by Dean Lope Peble from MLQ, who also teaches in UST, Attorney Vicky Luanson, who teaches in UP and UST, and Attorney Elgin Perez. So they're not affiliated with any fraternity. They conducted their own investigation, and their recommendation was to impose 6-month suspension, Mr. Chairman. I did not interfere in the conduct of the investigation, and records will bear me out that I have imposed sanctions on the members of the fraternity, Mr. Chairman.
And it would not warrant the revocation of or the recognition of the UST Faculty of Civil Law sa dalawang fraternities na ito?
It's not the civil law, the Dean's office that conducts this investigation, that determines if there's a ground to discredit any student organization, but the OSACs, Mr. Chairman.
So you just let them operate, and gagaya nga nung tanong ni Senator Grace, don't you think it influences yung mga potential magiging members ng fraternity na ito na, uy, okay itong fraternity na ito, na pag may nangyari, pwede ka tayong, may protection tayo?
Well, there is no protection because I have imposed sanctions. In fact, membership in the fraternity is now a badge because the dean has been well, not in their favor, I would like to maintain my neutrality, and unfortunately, they are the receiving end of the bargain. So the doubts are resolved against them, not in their favor. If I give the special treatment, then they wouldn't have been suspended preventively, Mr. Chairman.
Yung revocation po, wala ho kayong magagawa. Parang yun yung sinasabi.
But for this year, Mr. Chairman, they're not accredited by the university.
Okay po. Sige po. Thank you, Senator
Dean,
Grace.
was there ever a resolution served to both fraternities?
Mr. Chairman, the draft was signed by the chairman July 18, routed
July 18.
dated July 18, but routed to the other members sometime in August, and given to us only second week, 30th of August, Mr. Chairman.
When was it served to AJF, for example? And when was it served to Gamma, the other fraternity?
Well, based on policy, Mr. Chairman, it has to be concurred by the OSACs.
No, my question is, when was the resolution served to both fraternities? Was there ever a resolution?
There was, Mr. Chairman.
So when was the resolution served?
Can you ask him? Last week, Mr. Chairman.
Last week, after Atyo?
But the resolution was given to us only 2 weeks after enrollment has started, Mr. Chairman.
So naserve lang ito after nag-blow up yung Atyo hazing.
But the
And I heard yung Gamma has not received their resolution. They have not been served. Only AJF. Is that correct?
We'll verify, Mr. Chairman, but I think we serve on both parties, Mr. Chairman.
Only last week.
It was concurred in by, it had to be concurred in by the OSACs.
Only last week.
Yes, because it was concurred in only last October, Mr. Chairman.
Kailan mo nangyari? 2014 and 2016 incidents, di ba?
No.
Dalawa?
2016, Mr. Chairman.
2016. Anyway, sige, Senator Grace.
Senator Grace, may I just one last just to point out, kanina kasi Mr. Chairman sabi sa atin na suspend ba? But in the altercation dito sa Manila Hotel, nandito ho yung pangalan ng mga involved. Nandito po yung si Arvin Balag. Nandito po, Mr. Chairman, si Ralph Trangia. Nandito po yung mga pangalan, no? Marcelino Bagtang, Joshua Makabili, Minwei Chan. So, I don't know kung ano yung sinasabi, Mr. Chair, na if they were suspended, they're still here, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, it's prospective, Mr. Chairman. The suspension was, the resolution was signed by the chairman July 18, but concurred in by the other members of the committee sometime in August, and given to our office only second, 30th of August, and then had to be concurred in by the OSACs based on the policy, and served in October, Mr. Chairman. So it has to be implemented or imposed prospectively, not retroactive, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Balag, were you there sa altercation na nangyari sa Manila Hotel? Or you still want to invoke your right to...
Do not commit the mistake, ha? Mamaya, babasahin pa sa yung Section 19. You can be detained anywhere under the supervision of the Sergeant at Arms. So, do not irritate the members. Kasi baka sa Pasay City Jail ka namin padala.
During the incident in Manila Hotel po, opo.
You were there?
Yes.
You were part of the altercation
Yes,
there?
a case was filed against us but it was dismissed po.
Okay, what about you, Mr. Ralph Trangia? Just for the record, were you there?
Mr. Chair, the case against them in Manila Hotel was dismissed. But then this is what Arvin Balag is saying. Na-dismiss yung kaso ninyo?
Opo.
Na-dismiss ng alin, korte?
No, it was dismissed by the prosecutor po.
Dismissed by the prosecutor. On what grounds?
Hindi ko po alam eh.
Pero ang UST or the independent investigation came up with a recommendation. What was the recommendation?
6 months suspension, Mr. Chairman.
So they found evidence of wrongdoing, obviously, of fault. But the prosecutor dismissed it.
Well, there are different levels of evidence required for admin and criminal case, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I think si Ralph Trangia would answer my question. unless he wants to invoke again his right to...
Yes, Your Honor. Nandun po ako.
You were there.
Yes, Your Honor.
You were part of the case.
Yes, sir. Pero the case was dismissed, sir.
Yeah, and you were suspended also
Yes, sir.
for 6 months.
Yes, sir.
Both of you, kayo ni Arvin, 6 months suspended ka rin, Arvin?
We were suspended for a month, 3 weeks or a month.
Preventive suspension yon, hindi pa yung actual suspension, right? Kasi yung 6 months, that decision just come up recently, Dean? So they haven't served it, right? The 6 months
It will be
suspension.
served it was served October 4, Mr. Chairman, October 4.
So, effective immediately. Just now, right? They haven't served it in the past.
Yes, sir.
So, ano yung sinasabi mong 1-month suspension? Ito pending an investigation of the Manila Hotel incident. Am I right?
It was after the incident po. We were
Kaya
suspended.
nga, after the incident,
Opo.
while they were conducting investigation.
Yes po.
Okay. So, Mr. Trangia, ikaw ba estudyante pa rin sa UST Law?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, hindi ka pa rin nakikick out?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ikaw, Mr. Balag,
I'm already enrolled in another law school po.
is there a reason why you're enrolled in another school?
I was debarred po.
You were what?
Debarred po from USD.
On what grounds?
The 9-unit rule po.
Alin?
9-unit rule po.
Anong ibig
If
sabihin
you
nun?
fail 3 subjects po.
So, it's an academic consideration. That's why you had to be moved to another school.
Yes po.
Okay. Matanong ko na, habang nandyan ka, Mr. Trangia, so meron ka nga bang pulang sasakyan na Mitsubishi? O ang tatay mo? Di ko sinasabing ito yung sasakyan na ginamit, ha? Para dalhin si Mr. Castillo sa ospital. Meron ka bang Mitsubishi na pula? Na, ano ba to? Strada ba? Strada.
Your Honor, pasensya na ho, pero may tendency po yung question nyo na mag-lead sa allegations po about sa amin at yung magulang ko about sa red
Wala
na.
pa, alam
Wala
mo
pa
pwede.
yung tanong. Hintay mo muna yung tanong na maglilid.
First of all, hindi ibig sabihin na may sasakyan kang ganon, yun ang ginamit na sasakyan. At saka sabi mo, sa salaysay mo, ilalabas mo rin naman yan. So, meron ka bang sasakyan na pulang Mitsubishi Strada?
Pasensya na, Your Honor, pero I invoke my right against
Okay,
self-incrimination.
General Coronel, dun sa nakita na naka-record sa CCTV ba, meron nga bang Mitsubishi na pula at sino may-ari base dun sa plaka?
As a result of the investigation, Your Honor, we were able to view the CCTV recording at the Chinese General Hospital. There was a red Mitsubishi Strada pickup seen with plate number Zulu Tango Victor 539. And based on verification with the Land Transportation Office, it was registered to Mr. Arthur Tranja po, ma'am.
Arthur Tranja, yun ba? Ano bang pangalan ng tatay mo?
I'm sorry, Antonio Tranja, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I stand
Antonio,
corrected to Mr.
okay.
Antonio Tranja.
So, anong pangalan ng tatay mo?
Antonio po, Your Honor.
So, Antonio Tranja. So, pareho lang dun sa nakarehistro na nakita. Pero hindi mo nasasagutin, syempre, kung yun nga yung nakita. Bakit
No,
ka...
anong address nakalagay, General Coronel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Based on the LTO records,
Yes.
what's the address of Antonio?
The record of certificate of registration shows that the address is 52 MacArthur Highway, Bangkal, Mekawayan, Bulacan, Region 3, Your Honor.
Doon ka ba nakatira? Anong address mo? Pakibigay yung address mo, Mr. Trangia.
Yes, Your Honor.
Doon ka nakatira?
Yes po.
Okay. Alam mo, napapabalitaan kahit sa news na ikaw ay pumuntang Amerika kasama ng iyong ina. Totoo ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor.
At kusa kang bumalik dito nung nagkaroon na ng investigasyon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alam mo, makikita mo dito ano ang first name mo ulit, Mr. Trangia? First name?
Ralph, Your Honor.
Ralph, hindi ko kasing makita yung nameplate mo. Ganon ka kakamahal siguro ng mga magulang mo. Na ang tatay mo di umano, kasama mo nga dito, ang nanay mo, pinotektahan ka. Natural lang yun sa mga magulang. Siyempre, ayaw mong mas lalong madiin o lumalim pa ang nagiging problema ng anak mo. Ang instinct ay tutulungan. Ang swerte ng mga magulang mo, nandyan ka pa. Hindi na nila kayang protektahan ang anak nila. Kaya nga dito na sinamahan ka ng nanay mo na ilabas ka, naintindihan ko yung ginawa ng nanay mo Pero, ngayon, isalba mo naman din ang pangalan nila. Lalong-lalo na kung hindi naman ikaw talaga ang direktong pumatay dito kay Mr. Castillo. So, sasakyan mo ba yung ginamit o hindi mo pa rin sasagutin yan?
Your Honor, pasensya na po, pero I invoke my right against self-incrimination.
Ay, nako. Nandito ba ang tatay mo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pwede ba natin matawag, sir?
Yes, of course. Yeah. Kindly call Mr. Antonio Trangia. Clear. Comsec.
Ang nanay mo rin ba naririto?
Kindly administer the oath to Mr. Antonio.
Yes, Your Honor.
Siguro both your parents, if they can be here. Wala dito yung driver. Hindi po naitanong, pero binigay na po kami ng pangalan. Yung driver mo ba nandito, Mr. Trangia?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Okay. So the parents. Nasaan yung mga magulang mo? Ito po ba sila? Siguro dapat malumpa muna.
Comsec.
Sir, ma'am, kindly stand po. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this Senate inquiry? Okay, thank you.
Please proceed, Senator Po.
Okay. Mr. Trangia, what's your first name? The father of Ralph. Bakit?
Antonio Trangia po, Your Honor.
Okay. Mrs. Trangia, ano po yung full name nyo?
Rosemary Trangia po, Your Honor.
Mr. Trangia, Antonio Trangia, sinabi po ni General Coronel na sasakyan ninyo nakita sa CCTV footage ng Chinese General Hospital. Makukumpirma mo ba na sasakyan mo yon?
Your Honor, with all due respect, may mga allegation na po na ano sa akin na allegedly yung sasakyan po na naghatid kay Horacio sa Chinese General Hospital ay ano po sa name ko po.
Pero driver mo, nakausap niyo. Kasi syempre, di ba, naglabasan na yung balita na yan. Natural, kakausapin mo yung driver mo. Nandun ka ba? Ano nangyari?
Wala po akong...
Hindi mo kinausap ang driver ninyo. Alam mo, kayo po ay nanumpa, ha? Huwag kayong magsisinungaling. Kung meron na pabalitaan na ganyan, ang una mong tatanungin ay ang mga empleyado mo. Totoo ba yon? O nawala ang sasakyan? Nakarnap pa yung sasakyan noong mga oras na yon? Hindi mo kinausap ang iyong driver? Si Romeo Naboga. Laboga. Nasa inyo pa ba si Mr. Laboga?
Yung driver ko po, kasama ko po nung time po na allegedly na sasangkot po yung sasakyan po namin.
So sinasabi mo, nung namataan ang sasakyan mo sa Chinese General Hospital, kasama mo ang driver mo.
Opo.
So sinasabi mo parang ngayon
Nasa
na
amin po yung...
nasa inyo. Siguro, Mr. Chair, to be able to verify this new information, apparently the driver who Mr. Solano testified was one of those that he spoke with, Mr. Antonio Tranguia is now saying was apparently with him at that time. We need to have the driver here. So, kung ganon, Yes.
Gusto po lang namin kayo inform. We'd just like to warn you. Maraming witnesses po nakakita ng driver ng red pickup na yan. Kung magsinungaling po kayo dito, we can cite you in contempt. That's serious grounds.
Opo.
Okay. Thank you.
So, ngayon, si Mrs. Rosemary Tranguia, kayo po ay ng ibang bansa ng iyong anak na ura-urada. Ano pong dahilan nun? Kasi nasa kaligitnaan ng semester. So, bakit mo dinala ang anak mo sa ibang bansa?
Your Honor, I invoke my right against self-incrimination, Your Honor.
Pasensya na po pero mukhang may pinagmanahan ng anak ninyo.
Your Honor, kasi po sa ngayon po may isinampa pong kaso laban po sa akin na obstruction of justice. Kaya mananahimik na lang po muna ako.
Pero umalis kayo.
Opo, Your Honor.
At bumalik rin naman kayo kaagad. Nakikita naman natin yon.
Opo,
So,
Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, ito na nga, nakikita natin na yung mga magulang gusto protektahan ng kanilang anak. Pero kung alam naman ninyo na ang anak ninyo ay walang direktang kagagawan sa pagpatay sa isang tao at maaring napilitan dahil sa kagagawan ng mga ibang kasamahan niya, ang pinakamaganda dyan ay magsabi kayo na yung anak ninyo ay tinatakot kaya nagawa yon. Kung ganun nga ang naging dahilan. Ano po bang trabaho ninyo, Mr. Antonio?
May tire shop po ako, Your Honor.
Ito ba'y panganay ninyo, si Ralph?
Opo, Your Honor.
At nag-aaboga siya pa. So, kayo naman po, ma'am, ano pong trabaho niyo?
Housewife po, Your Honor.
So,
Madam, with permission of Senator Grace po, Mr. Chairman, gusto ko lang i-establish na yung, ano po yung plate number ng inyong pickup, Mr. Tranguia? Ayan ay public document, public records. You can please tell the committee the truth on the plate number of your vehicle.
remember yung CCTV, may date at timestamp yan.
Your Honor, pasensya na po talaga. May pending na po kasing inano sa ano na allegedly yung ginamit yung pick up. I invoke my right against incrimination.
Kung hindi niya aminin, Mr. Chair, yung mismong plate number na sasakyan niya, alam naman natin na may tinatago na talaga dito. Alam mo, mas pinapalala ninyo ang inyong sitwasyon. Kasi sa umpisa, maintindihan natin bilang mga magulang, ang una ninyong mga kilos, pero kung patuloy ninyong pagtatakpan ang isang bagay na mali, eh hindi na kayo matutulungan. Ngayon, kahuling tanong ko na lang siguro kay General Coronel, isang komento rin, maraming salamat sa inyong pagpupursige sa investigasyon na ito. Kasi sa mga ibang mga nakakausap natin ng mga direktor ng PNP, hindi ganito ka-extensive ang partisipasyon nila o pag-i-explika. So maraming salamat. Gusto ko lang matanong, no, yung mga cellphone messages o kaya yung mga Facebook post, maaari mo bang sabihin kung sino sa miyembro ng fraternity ang nagbigay sa'yo? O kung ayaw ninyo munang isiwalat yan, kung masasabi lang ninyo, General, na miyembro nga ng fraternity ang nagbigay?
Yes, ma'am. We have sources relating to Facebook posts, exchanges made in the social media, and even calls or SMS sent to different text messages. We have applied the court order to allow us to direct the telecommunications company concerned to provide us these call details, and we're waiting for those results, Your Honor. And we're hoping to submit it on time before the next scheduled preliminary investigation, ma'am.
So, General, you were able to obtain this through forensic intelligence, or was it actually submitted to you by a member of the fraternity?
Both, ma'am. We were able to,
Excuse me, Senator
information
Po.
were provided to us.
This is in relation to the recent
Facebook post
statement
and-
of
Yes.
General Coronel. We have here another screenshot, no?
Yes.
Nag-circulate na ito online, which appears to be a conversation between O.J. Onofre, and you're here, no, Mr. Onofre? O.J. Onofre and unidentified person. Undated ito, but I'd like to show to our distinguished colleagues yung nilalaman nung screenshot. Please.
Habang hinahanap yan, siguro Dean Divina, papayag ba kayo na ang inyong cellphone ay isumitin ninyo bilang...
Yeah, here it is.
ito na muna.
Para lang makita natin na talagang planado yung gulpihan. Kasi etong sinasabi rito, J. Onofre, ano, may initiation kami kasi ulit eh. Kaya baka hindi na naman. And then blip, of course. Daming sumasali mga bobo, katmad, haha. This is the part that I'd like to highlight. Ano, gulpihan lang naman dito. See? And yet, in a manifesto that they circulated, manifesto with the alumni of the Aegis Juris Fraternity decried the alleged hazing incident that has allegedly led to the death of Horacio Castillo III. Our sympathies are with the family of Atio during this most difficult time. We call on those who have personal knowledge to come forward and shed light on the incident. Ano ba to? Pang propaganda lang ba ito? Because nobody's come forward, obviously. And there's a call. We call on those who have personal knowledge to come forward and shed light on the incident. So obviously nobody's listening to the call. Yes, please proceed. Ayan yung nakita.
Ito nga eh. Siguro, Mr. Chair, ito nga nung tinatanong ko si Dean, are you willing to disclose your cell phone number to this committee, not in public but to us, and to submit, are you willing for the National Telecommunications Communication and NBI to trace your calls and text messages during the time surrounding the death of Atio?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, but except, of course, my clients, because they're entitled to confidentiality. But conversation, text messages with any of the persons present here, no problem, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we take note of that the Dean is waiving the
Comsec
rights
is
and we will
so
submit.
directed.
So we will ask for your cell phone number. Thank you for your cooperation, Dean. We're just also hoping that you don't have a burn phone that could have been used. Mrs. Castillo.
I also, Chair, submit a text message that transpired between me and Acho at September 12, that I was asking his whereabouts, and he replied, dito sa law firm. I've already submitted the text message to General Coronel.
Meaning the law firm, the Divina law firm.
But previous to that, I called him up, and then because I was worried where he will be parking the car, so I told him, where will you be parking the car? And he told me, they'll be providing me with the parking. I would guess, sabi niya, I guess they will be providing me with the parking. This is during his service, a so-called service, during the initiation week.
Just to clarify, ma'am, when he said he's in the law firm prior to the initiation,
I asked him, is this the one, Long Buendia, near the Petron gas station? or in front of the Preton gas station, and he said yes.
And what law firm is this?
It's along Pacific Star. I would assume it was the Divina law firm.
That's the location in the general area. Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I please respond? Mr. Chairman, just for the record, we'll also submit the CCTV footage of our office. We installed 16 CCTVs in our office, and this will prove that Acho never set foot in our office. It shows my activities from 7 o'clock in the morning up to 3:30 p.m. In the time, I went to the CR and I went to my own chapel. We're submitting it also to the Senate, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Maybe also the building itself, General. I'm familiar with that building sa Pacific Star. Maybe you can ask the footage. Maybe they did not enter the office, but they could have met in the ground floor for pick-up point. Ayon.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to clarify because earlier we made a motion and we voted upon, we seconded the motion on contempt against Mr. Bala. He still has not answered that question I asked him initially. Will we continue?
I would like to
or
give him another chance, because ito yung section 19 or the next paragraph of section 18. A contempt of the committee shall be deemed a contempt of the Senate. Such witness may be ordered by the committee to be detained in such place as it may designate under the custody of the sergeant at arms until she agrees to produce the required documents or to be sworn or to testify or otherwise purge herself of that contempt. And then he may offer to answer any question in an executive session. So if you wish to purge yourself of the contempt citation, Arvin, we're giving you another chance to answer the question propounded to you by Senator Po.
Oo, kasi Arvin, nasagot mo na, nakasama ka nga dun sa Manila Hotel incident. At dahil nga miyembro ka nitong fraternity, simple lang naman for the record, miyembro ka ng fraternity, ikaw ay officer ng fraternity, sagutin mo na. Kasi nagbibigay ka ng mensahe na hindi mo siniseryoso ang pagdinig na ito kung yung mga napaka-basic na mga tanong ay hindi mo man lang masagot. You know what, counsels? I think you should advise your clients very well. Weigh the consequence of being cited in contempt and being detained. Kailangan mong palitan yung mga abogado mo, ha?
Your Honor, pasensya na po talaga. It's one of the elements of the offense.
That is a choice that you have to make. You have been already cited in contempt and ordered detained. We have not determined where. You may be detained in the Pasay City Jail. I'm telling you that. As suggested by the majority leader, I was just talking to him over the phone. Sabi niya, we're on recess. And we're on recess, And until such time that you are able to purge yourself by testifying or not evading, doon ka palang pwedeng i-release ng committee. Kaya, I don't know if you will still listen to your lawyer for such a simple question that will not incriminate yourself, by the way.
Your Honor, pasensya na po talaga. Because the document itself, it proves but I will not admit it po.
You know what? Being a member of a fraternity does not necessarily admit guilt on what happened. I'm giving you a chance. Kasi bata ka pa, ayaw kitang ma-detain. Lalong-lalo na dun sa Pasay City Jail or kung saan mga city jail. Hindi ko alam kung mensahe mo ito na kaya mo, you're a tough guy, you're the leader, you will take it. But pick your battles. Mahaba-haba pa itong laban na to.
Then say so that you're not the president ba, tawag doon, yung GP. Then say so that you're not the GP. But answer, because that is not incriminatory, self-incriminatory. Just answer. If you're not GP, then say so. If you're GP, then say so. We're giving you so many chances, ha? I'm telling you.
Mr. Chair, kahit hindi mo ibigay ang posisyon mo, kung napatunayan na nandun ka sa pinangyarihan yan, damay ka pa rin eh. Pero kahit na ikaw pa ay pangulo ng organisasyon na yan, kung wala ka naman doon at wala kang ginawa, wala kang kasalanan.
Proceed to other
Yes, Mr. Chair.
matters.
Okay,
Sige.
so that would be all, Mr. Chair, and I think until the end of this hearing, let's give him a chance, but otherwise, I think we need to make good on our threat.
Or Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just some important matters I think that we need to discuss. A while ago, we were talking about the thread, and I think it would be better if we could put into the record some exact words na binanggit po dito sa thread na ito. And I'm willing, actually, Mr. Chair, to read all this just to establish, Mr. Chairman, itong cover-up, obstruction of justice, maaaring magamit siguro ito sa perjury, dun sa maaaring disbarment cases na kakaharapin ng ilang mga abogado nila. Just to point out, Mr. Chairman, for example, ito pong chat room na ito, ang mga membro po nito, isa-isahin ko lang po, si Attorney Marvy Abo, Brian Banggi, Attorney Cecilio Jimeno, Attorney Alston Kevin Anarna, Attorney Ferdinand Rogelio, Attorney Edzelbert Canlas, Attorney Cesar Ocampo Ona, Arvin Balag, Jose Miguel Salamat, Attorney Gaileg Dante Acuzar Caraan, Attorney Henry Pablo Jr., Attorney Michael Vito, Attorney Cesar Mongaba de la Fuente, Attorney Nino Cervantes, Ronald Cheng, Attorney Angelo Ventura III, Milfen Alvarado, Attorney Jet de la Peña Villaroman. Tingnan po natin, Mr. Chair, itong thread na ito, makikita po natin si Attorney Marvy Abo. Ang sabi po niya, Brads, we need to meet ASAP, calling on all die-hard agents. Ayan po. Tapos puntahan po natin yung pangalawa. Sabi po ni Attorney Marvy Abo, we all have important things to do but I couldn't find anything more important to do than this meeting. Sabi po din ni Marvy Abo, hinold na ng hospital ang naghatid. Sabi naman po ni Attorney Rogelio, nangyari ba yung sa tingin kong nangyari after reading the last two posts sa frat page? Sabi naman po ni Mr. Marvy Abo, pinauwi ko na GP Arvin. Ayan na po yung GP Arvin sa Subic. Nasa ospital na ang bata. Next slide.
Nakalagay sa isang thread, yung driver, Mr. Marvy Abo, had mentioned yung driver ni Arvin at si Brad Popoy Solano naghatid. I presume naghatid sa ospital.
Opo, nakalagay po. Next, please. Dito po, sabi ni Bonget Rogelio, buhay pa ba? Sabi po ni Alston Kevin Anarna, okay pa daw. Doon naman po sa next part, sabi po ni Marvy Abo, Brad, kapag di naalagaan yung dalawa doon or na briefing, the legal implications could be catastrophic. Maliit eh. After nitong catastrophic.
Yes, after catastrophic. Yung kay Mix lang.
Saan yung kay Migs?
Tuloy ko na lang, Joel. Mig, salamat. Saang Starbucks to? Brad, pag na-media si Popoy, Popoy is John Paul, di ba? That's your surname. That's your nickname. Okay. Baka may makakilala agad sa kanya na agent siya. Now, here, Alston Kevin Anarna, I think we should inform right away Big Bro. I'd like to ask Mig. Salamat. Sino si Big Bro?
Your Honor, Big Brother refers to an elder brother.
Who?
Nothing specific, Your Honor.
Basta Big Bro.
Basta Big Bro.
Lahat ng parang upper class Big Bro?
Yes po. Yes po, Your Honor.
Attorney, andito ka rin sa thread eh. Ikaw nagtanong kung buhay pa.
Yes, Your Honor.
So ano yun? Sino si Big Bro dito?
I do not, Your Honor, I was part of the conversation during the first part only. And
Hindi, magkasunod lang oh.
after my last post, Your Honor, to be honest, Your Honor, I was not, although my name appears in that conversation, I was not particularly giving attention to it, Your Honor, towards the latter part.
Tuloy mo na, Joel. Thank you.
Slide, sabi naman po ni Alston Kevin Anarna, I think we should inform right away, Big Bro, may CCTV daw ng barangay sa Waning, nakatutok sa frat live. I suppose that's the frat library. May concerned citizen daw nakamotor. Nakita may binubuhat na parang patay sa sasakyan. Nakabalot daw ng kumot sa tapat ng frat live. Sabi naman po ni Alston Anarna, kinausap lang guard sa tabi ng FL, frat live.
We ask, with the permission of Senator Villanueva, but we asked General Colonel if we got the statement already of the guard that they are talking about.
Yes, Your Honor, we were able to get 2 witnesses in the area near the frat library saying the circumstances relating to the body of Acho being brought out by alleged members of the Aegis Juris fraternity. So we have that already on record, and the same will be submitted to the DOJ investigating panel, sir.
Presume they'll also be able to recognize faces and personalities, including the driver, supposed driver of Mr. Trangia.
We'll have to wait for the official verification of the identities of the drivers of Trangia, and then we'll have to show it again to them for validation, Your Honor. But he was able to identify at least some of the Aegis Juris members present here, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Let me go back. Dito naman po, si Attorney Cecilio Jimeno. Sabi po niya, Novotel, Brian, nasa lobby pa kami. Sabi po ni Ces Jimeno, 3rd floor, Business Center. Sa next slide, si Attorney Edsel Bert Canlas. Siya po yung paring Edong. San ka na batch? San kita puntahan? Naka-frat shirt ako ha, punta ko dyan.
Yes, yun yung wala na.
Sa next slide, si Attorney Gayle Dante Acuzar Caraan and Congressman Edwin Uy. Nakalagay po dito, message from HPJR. May place na tayo, Brad. Kung Edwin called me just now and suggested that we form a crisis committee. The primary task is to reach out to the family of the victim para di na mag-ingay. Next slide. Milfen Alvarado, saan venue, Brad? Sabi naman ni Brian Banggi, tuloy ba kayo sa amin? Next slide, please. Attorney Cesar Gaba de la Fuente or Mong. At the moment, wala pa daw consensus kung sasabihin na. Yun pong available, punta po kayo, bahay ni Brian Banggi. And then, Mig Salamat. Tatay na yung tumatawag sa cellphone, Brad. Tumawag na kasi yung parents sa number ni M.I. Axel and M.I. Ralph. Mig Salamat. Brad, flood na ng messages laman ng cellphone. Nung Brad na yon, puro from mom and dad. Lagpas na rin sa daliri ko yung missed calls. Sabi naman ni Attorney Alston Kevin Anarna, Brad, may kaya yung family niyan. Bukas, makakakuha na sila search warrant sa frat live. Sana malinis na. Matanggap na ang matanggal na, I suppose, ang typo error na ang paddle dun. Next slide. Attorney Manuel Ventura the third. Kaya nga, it is better to tell the parents tonight para matemper kahit konti. Sabi naman ni Attorney Jet de la Peña Villaroman, GP, Alston, may news tayo if naipalinis ang frat live. Sumagot po si Alston, no idea, GPS. Di ako nakapunta, meeting kanina. Next slide. Attorney Bert Canlas. We need the guidance of the elders, otherwise we should not be blamed for whatever decision that we will make. Sabi naman po ni Mig Inigo.
A brief interjection, Senator
Yes,
Joel.
please.
Para lang kay Attorney Layusa. Ma'am, si Alston Kevin Anarna, he's a lawyer, no? Abogado ito. Yung kanyang sinabi
Yes,
nito, Brad,
Your
may
Honor.
kaya yung family niya, bukas makakakuha na sila ng search warrant sa Frat Live. Sana malinis na, matanggal na ang paddle dun. Can the Supreme Court motu proprio take cognizance of whatever administrative case is filed against or kung ano man yung liability niya administratively?
Yeah, I think so, Your Honor. The Supreme Court...
Assuming na ma-authenticate lahat ito.
Apo, Your Honor.
So, if you examine the statement or the chat, ano, sana malinis na, matanggal na ang paddle dun.
Yeah, it can be
So, coming
considered...
from a lawyer, no?
Yes, Your Honor. It can be considered as evidence against whoever said that po
Thank
or
you.
texted it.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, PG.
Your Honors, without passing as to the admissibility of these slides, Your Honor, and for whatever purpose it may be worth, we again request, Your Honor, that copy of the slides be furnished the prosecution office to be forwarded to the panel of prosecutors for the evaluation, Your Honor.
We will do that, PG.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to, sabi po ni Mig Inigo naman, the guidance must be given immediately. Yung consilium tortured na din mga utak nila. Next slide. Certain Ronald Cheng.
By the way, Ronald Cheng, I believe is a court legal researcher, second division, clerk of court ng Supreme Court. Are you familiar with this is Ronald Cheng?
Yes, Your Honor. He's the staff of the second division of the Supreme Court.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
The clerk of court, it is headed by Attorney Maria Lourdes Perfecto, the clerk of court of the second division.
Second division.
With
Thank
the
you.
permission of Senator Joel, no? Attorney, itong si certain Ronald Cheng is very prevalent in these conversations in the later part. I'll just cite one instance where nakita ko na ang CCTV. Nag-recon na din ako sa lugar. Hindi tayo covered ng CCTV ng barangay. This is after the incident, Madam. So I hope that you act on this. And I'm sure Senator Joel will continue with this conversation. Senator Joel?
Yes, Your Honor, I have to check if he is already a lawyer and has taken his oath. Otherwise, if he's not yet a lawyer, when he took the bar, that will be the time that the Supreme Court will allow him to take the bar conditionally.
If he's not a lawyer, he cannot be disbarred.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, but that's correct, Mr. Chairman. But he's an employee of the Supreme Court. Is that not so? So at least a suspension is adequate while this investigation is pending, or at least a voluntary leave of absence.
No, Your
I know
Honor.
how you will answer, attorney. Not too fast, no? Not yet.
Not yet. He cannot be disbarred or a case filed against him before the Supreme Court because he is not yet a lawyer. But a criminal action or an administrative case can be filed against him before the ordinary courts or before any administrative quasi-bodies, Your Honor.
Sige, attorney, pakinggan nyo lang yung conversation, attorney, ha, para matuwa po tayong lahat sa mga sinasabi niya. Kasi member po na ng Supreme Court. He's an employee, am I not mistaken?
Yes, he's an employee.
Well, there you go, ma'am. So just listen to this conversation.
General Coronel, how
Yes, Your
fast can you authenticate this?
We're hoping that before the next scheduled preliminary investigation, we'll have the results from
May
our
authentication,
anti-cybercrime group, sir, Your Honor.
So by then, this can form part of the evidence to be appreciated by the DOJ, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor. We'll submit it to the DOJ by that time, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I think ang point ni Senator Migs, Mr. Chairman, is that kahit hindi to court employee o Supreme Court employee, obstruction of justice to napakaklaro and it's a criminal offense. Let me just continue, Mr. Chair, as read a while ago by Senator Migs. Sabi ni Ronald Cheng, nakita ko na yung CCTV ng barangay, nilapitan ko yung tanod na contact ng Brad dito sa atin, plus nakita ko din yung mismong monitor, hindi covered ang front live ng CCTV. Sabi naman po ni Milfen Alvarado, close ni Dux Arian, yung kapatid na babae. Mula nung tinext ko kanina yung whereabouts sa body ni Brad Horacio. An hour later, may pumasok na info na napuntahan na. Next slide. Attorney Edsel Canlas. Paring Edong, for me, denial. Never ever give any hint. Sabi naman po ni Mig Salamat, pero kasama ko si GP Arvin Don Brad. Once na nalaman na member ako, I am assuming na maku-question ako and ako ang last recognized consilium in UST. Paring Edong, again. If worse is puntahan ka at person in interest ka, my opinion is just deny it. Paring Edong, ulitin ko, for me, let the investigation take its natural course. The moment na maging suspect ikaw o kayo, you already have the rights. Pwede ka na mag-deny. Kapag dinampot ka, natural, you will need lawyers. Mig, salamat. Dedenay ko ba na member ako? Di ko alam gagawin ko, Brad. Sabi po ni Attorney Michael Vito, just a reminder, the frat stand by the principles, no injustice. Suffer no injustice. Sabi po ni Mig Salamat Brads, pumutok na sa media. Milfen Alvarado, ano kaya yung hawak na papel ng parent? I hope hindi yan yung flyers. Brian Banggi, kung kailan dapat tayo magtulungan, yan gagawin nyo. Magtago, umiwas. Ikaw naman, Arvin, ano balak mo? Hindi ka magsalita dyan? Arvin Balag, naghahantay Brad kung anong sasabihin ng elders. Yan ang usapan sa chat ng mga GP. Marvy Abo, he's in constant communication with us, Brad. Our priority is not to talk to the persons involved, but the persons behind the scenes. And tayo yun, bro. Next week. Paring Edong, mga walang kwenta, after you take the benefits of the fraternity, ganyan gagawin nyo sa mga batang nakataya kinabukasan dito. Next. Henry Pablo Jr., tuloy ang meeting ng mga alumni brads mamayang gabi sa IBP, 7 p.m. Try kong mag-reserve. Brian Banggi, alumni, sino sila? Mga GP? Henry Pablo, tayo-tayo yung present sa Novotel, then bahala na sila Gayle to invite other elders. Attorney Marvy Abo, I move that the 7 p.m. meeting be moved to 1 p.m. Every second counts, brads. I understand that we have personal commitments, but the life and liberty of our brads are on the line. We are moving too slow and talking too much without any concrete plans. The student brads are not just our concern here, but their parent as well. The parents are already making their own plans. I've talked to some of the parents of our brads. All that I can give them is a general plan without any specifics. Is this what they're looking for? May I respectfully ask if there is one senior brad or founder who will attend the meeting today? Alston, can we leave this chat group and add again all members at least every 24 hours? So messages will be deleted. Attorney Gayle, Karaan, that is what we started last night. We need to leave this group so that thread will be deleted. Pero binabalik pa rin after leaving. Iba yung naging impression kung bakit nag-leave ng group. Kailan ma-delete content and conversation ng group na ito? Kailangan. Sorry for the term, powerful yung family. Last two slides. Brian Banggi, just a reminder, the frats stand by the principle, do no injustice, suffer no injustice. Mike Vito, question mark. Brad, aksidente ang nangyari. Wala tayong ginawang injustice. Tulong mo kailangan dito, hindi paalala. Attorney Gayle, Karaan, mula kaninang umaga, nagtatawagan na naman. That's the last slide, Mr. Chair.
Senator Sherwin.
Mr. Chair, actually nakakakilabot po nung tinitignan ko yung mga slides, but sad to say none of the conversations encourage anyone to report it to the authorities and to the police. Lahat po ang kanilang objective is really pagtakpan po yung isa't isa, lalo na yung pagkamatay po ni Atyo. At this really confirms the analysis of General Coronel na this group really was bent on covering the injustice that happened to Atyo. Moreover, Mr. Chair, I notice also na they keep on referring to the elders. They keep on referring to Big Brother. So I'm inclined to believe that alam ho to ng elders or ng pamunuan ng fraternity na ito. I don't believe that this fraternity, this group acted alone. I think they had some form of guidance or imprimatur from their elders, as evidenced by the conversations, because they have to keep on referring to these elders and seek guidance on what to do. So ibig sabihin, alam ho nila yung gagawin. Elders na ito, alam po yung gagawin kung meron pong ganitong pangyayari. But I think it's also quite disturbing, Mr. Chair, that respected members of our society, such as lawyers, who are the ones encouraging the younger members to conceal evidences and to evade the authorities. I think we have a member of the Supreme Court, Attorney Loyosa. Siguro wag na ho natin antayin yung whatever the committee will furnish you, but you've seen with your own eyes that members of our society, lawyers in particular, are the ones encouraging injustice in this particular case. And I would advise you and encourage you to already take action. We have to bring back confidence to the system.
Yes, Your Honor.
Attorney, and it's really disturbing, Mr. Chair, and I think I have nothing. It's really discouraging.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Subiri.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Just two questions to two individuals. If I would like to ask if Faculty Secretary Attorney Arthur B. Capili's cell phone records also be subpoenaed. I believe that he was the one who informed the Dean of the death of Acho. If the Dean is willing to submit his phone records, are you willing, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, for the conversations that I had with Dean Divina.
And for those also, for other conversations that were done with
Yes,
the members of the fraternity that are here.
For those entire September 17,
Yes.
those who I called or who called me,
Yes.
I'm willing, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So this committee secretariat is hereby ordered, Mr. Chairman, if it's all right. And then last question to General Coronel. General, I came out in some news agencies the other day na yung DNA po ni Acho ang nahanap dun sa paddle. Can it be confirmed to this hearing?
Yes, Your Honor. Based on the SOCO findings made inside the frat library where the initiation had allegedly taken place, body fluids and other trace evidence were recovered by our SOCO crime team, and based on examination with DNA sample taken from the parents of Acho Castillo, it was 99.99 positive match, Your Honor.
General, kung nakuha niyo yung DNA ni Acho, makukuha niyo rin yung DNA ng pumalo.
That will be possible, Your Honor, provided that will be given specimen samples from those persons who we believe will be involved in
Si
the
Solano
initiation.
identified some people, some of them, who were present during that time. And I would mention them again, Mr. Chair, if your kind indulgence. Si Mr. Arvin Balag, Mr. Mark Anthony Ventura, Axel Hipe, Oliver John Onofre, Ralph Trangia. Ito yung particularly na-mention ni Solano, and a certain Dan and Zach. Dito sa mga na-mention ko, willing ba kayo magbigay ng DNA para ma-clear yung pangalan ninyo? Siguro lahat kayo ang nasa isip nyo, hindi kayo kasali dito. Yeah. With the kind indulgence of the Chair, Mr. Balag, ikaw ba ay willing magbigay ng DNA right now? Willing ka ba magbigay ngayon na habang andito yung ating kapulisan?
Mr. Chairman, before he responds, because I have to leave flight to Mindanao, we just like to put on record, not all the people who mentioned by Solano in his testimony, although these are the most damaging because we have an eyewitness of these people that were there, but it's possible that many of the members of the fraternity had left when they found the situation of, or after the situation of Acho Castillo. So it is very important that the MPD still continuously look for evidence against other members of the fraternity who were not there or were not mentioned by Solano in his testimony. Pwede kasi pagkatapos umalis na sila, alisan na sila, nagtago na sila. But I'd like to remind these gentlemen and ladies or gentlemen that were mentioned by Popoy Solano that mabigat yung hinaharap niyong mga kaso.
Can I repeat again, Mr. Chair? Mr. Balag, payag ka ba ibigay yung iyong DNA ngayon din sa ating mga kapulisan para ma-clear yung pangalan mo?
Your Honor, I would like to apologize for my earlier statements po muna na about asking me if I'm a member of the fraternity because po I'm invoking my right earlier po kasi the last time when the testimony of Dean Nilo Divina and Attorney Arthur Capili, they were used in the supplemental complaint against them po na it may incriminate me po if I answer earlier po.
I'll go, Mr. Chair, kind indulgence. I'll go through one by one. So, papayag ka ba o hindi? Can you answer straight?
If you say it will incriminate you, that says a lot, ah?
Not at this time po siguro, Your Honor.
Papayag. Just to clear your name.
Not at this time po siguro, Your Honor.
I'll go to the next person, Mr. Chairman. Si Mark Anthony Ventura. Are you willing to give your DNA right at this moment to clear your name?
No, Your Honor.
No. Si Axel Hipe. Same.
May I ask, I consult for my counsel. Your Honor, with all due respect, not at this time din po.
Kay Oliver John Onofre.
Your Honor, if ordered by the court, I am willing.
And last kay Ralph Trangia.
You know, when I hear somebody say na o says na payag siya, check na wala siya doon. Pero as long as you say na you don't want to, you know, subject yourself to DNA examination, most probably you were there.
Kay Ralph Trangia.
Your Honor, pasensya na po pero hindi po ako pinangalanan ni Popoy. And antayin ko na po yung proseso sa DOJ.
Alam niyo, sa isip ko, lahat ng minensyong kanina, lahat kayo kasali sa mga pumalo.
Lang, Senator Gatchalian, ang binanggit po sinabi mo, although my name was not mentioned by Popoy Solano, but the getaway vehicle, the vehicle that delivered the body to the hospital, if proven correct, is yours. Mahabigat yan, my friend.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Well, speaks a lot, no? Again, no, kung tama kayo, Mr. Chair, kung wala sila doon at hindi sila kasali, I would right away clear my name by giving my DNA. But it goes to show that all of these personalities are present. Mr. Chair, I just went through the names provided by Mr. Solano, Mr. Chair.
They were not mentioned. Why don't you ask everyone?
All right. Mr. Chair, I'll go through the list, no? Na nandito po. Nandito ba si Min Wei Chan? Is Min Wei Chan here? Are you willing to give your DNA, Mr. Min Wei Chan? To clear your name. This is to clear your name.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Not unless with a proper court order po. Mr. Chair, thank you.
How about to Joshua Makabili?
Not as of the moment, Mr. Chair.
Ito, mahulog ako sa upuan pag hindi ito papayag. Si Jason Robinos. Siguro
I would gladly go by the test,
There you
Your
are.
Honor.
Congratulations, Jason.
When I hear somebody say na mag-undergo, sa akin, in my mind, clear kagad eh. Being an investigator.
Sige, Mr. Chair, I'll go through the list of personalities. Si Mr. Rogelio.
Si John Paul Solano na lang. Are you willing?
Your Honor, if my specimens would be crossed with ASHO, I would have a positive since I was there giving CPR.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Si Mr. Rogelio. Attorney Rogelio, are you
Your Honor.
Are you willing to give your DNA to clear your involvement in this incident?
I am, in the first place, Your Honor, I am not being linked to this hazing incident. So there is no reason, Your Honor, for me to give my
Yeah, but it's
my
just
DNA.
a question. Yes or no lang naman.
No,
eh.
Your Honor, no.
To Mr. Santiago.
With all due respect, Your Honor, not at this time.
Kay Mr. Salamat.
Whatever pleases the committee, Your Honor.
So you willing?
Yes.
To Mr. Padro.
Yes po, Your Honor.
To Mr. Celiantes.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Chair, may I direct with the kind indulgence of the chairman, direct the committee secretary to take note of those personalities who willingly obliged to give their DNA right at this moment. I think General Coronel also, please take note of this discussion. And those na ayaw magbigay ho, paki-take note na rin po. No? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Garcia, were you on duty in the morning of September 17
No.
at the Chinese General Hospital?
Sorry, sir. I'm the assistant chief. I have with us our duty,
Okay. Nurse.
Dr. Clark, and the duty nurse and the guard who saw
Please.
Athio when he came to the emergency room.
Okay. Sino yung naka-duty? Chief nurse?
Doctor. I brought everybody starting from the guard, the two nurses who.
And they were actually there when Athio was brought to
Yes,
the
even
Chinese
the one
General.
who interviewed Mr. Solano,
Okay.
and even the one who saw the driver of the.
So can we hear their testimony
Yes,
and
sure.
describe to us what transpired in the morning of September
Maybe
17?
we could start from the.
Yes, please.
The triage. The triage nurse first.
Okay. Your doctor,
I am Mark Anthony Chua, emergency room
nurse.
staff nurse of Chinese General Hospital po.
kindly narrate, kindly share with the committee what transpired in the morning of September 17.
Your Honor, around 9 a.m. po, may lumapit po na lalaki sa amin na medyo may kalakihan po ng konti.
And he is here.
Yes,
Paki-identify mo lang siya.
si Sir John Paul po.
So he was there. He was the one who approached you.
Yes po.
Okay, sige, tuloy.
Tapos tinanong po niya na may nakita daw po kasi siyang body na sa may tondo daw po. Naghanap daw siya ng yosi. Tapos sa dami daw po ata ng truck na dumadaan, natanggal po yung pagkakabalot. Tapos tinanong niya rin ako na if ever daw may dalhin siyang patient, ma-hold ba daw siya. Then sinagot ko po siya, opo, kasi custody niya po niya yung patient kasi siya po yung nagdala. Ayun po yun, Your Honor.
Wala ka na nakitang ibang tao?
Patients focus po kasi kami, Your Honor. So, after po namin i-transport yung patient dun sa red na sasakyan, through the stretcher, dire-diretso na po pinasok at saka nakafocus na lang kami sa mismong patient
So aside from Mr. Solano, wala ka na nakita pang iba?
May nakita pero hindi ko po namukhaan.
Okay. But more or less you can describe. Bakit hindi mo namukhaan?
Hindi po, kasi gaya nga po nasabi ko, nakatutok lang po kami sa patient at that time.
Yes. Hindi mo nakita yung red pickup?
Yun po yung pinagsakyan po, Your Honor, ni Atyo. Nung kung saan po namin siya
Yes,
kinuha.
Dr. Garcia.
For your information, Your Honor, kasi the car, the pickup truck was not parked at the emergency room. It was parked far away from the emergency sa parking area. So
Is that normal?
No. It's
Dapat
very
pagka
abnormal.
emergency,
Yes.
doon ka mag-scratch pa yung gulong mo, di ba? Dahil emergency.
That's why, Your Honor, we send, under the protocol, the triage nurse should not leave his post. So he asked his superior, the two nurses there, to go and see what's going on the pickup car.
And they are here.
They are here.
Pakitawag nga. Ito na. Kindly administer the oath, Comsec, to the two nurses. So sila yung lumabas papunta sa pickup truck.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Sige. Comsec.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Shirley Baluyot. I'm staff nurse of ER Chinese Gen. Ako po yung...
I-administer ka muna ng oath mo.
Sorry. Kindly stand.
Okay na kayo?
Yeah. We're done na po. Tapos,
Kanina?
yeah,
Okay, sige. Proceed.
So, yun nga po. So, nung si Mr. Solano po lumabas, pumasok po siya ng ER namin. Tapos nagtanong po muna siya dun sa triage. Then narinig ko po yung description niya kasi na parang unresponsive nga daw po yung pasyente, ganyan. Nung narinig ko po yun, lumabas na po ako. Sabi ko po kung nasan yung pasyente. So, tinuro niya po na nandun daw po sa parking. Medyo malayo po talaga yung kaka-park ng sasakyan from the entrance ng Chinese Gen. Tapos, doon ko po nakita ko po yung red pickup na sasakyan. Tapos po, binuksan ko po, nakita ko po yung lalaki nakahiga doon sa bandang likod. Yan po, Your Honor.
May nakita ka ibang tao doon sa
Yung
malapit sa
driver
pickup?
lang do. Yung driver lang po, Your Honor.
Makikilala mo? Yung driver?
Hindi po buo, pero yung description niya, like maputi, mga ganun po. Pero yung mismong mukha, hindi ko na po masyado maalala, Your Honor.
Pero once na makita mo, halimbawa naimbita namin dito, makaharap mo, maaaring makilala mo.
Siguro sama.
Okay. Sino yung susunod? Ano yung naging participation mo? Pakilala mo lang sarili mo.
Okay, good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm Mary Chandeliti Merced, senior nurse at that time po. Di bali po, nung nakita ko po si Solano, kasi katabi ko lang po si Mark Chua sa station, nung narinig ko po na unresponsive po yung patient, pinuntahan po namin ni Shirley Baluyot po sa parking lot. Doon ko po nakita yung red pickup van na nakabukas na po yung likod. Tinanong ko po yung kasamahan ko kung kamusta na po yung patient. Sinabi naman po niya na wala na pong pulse, tsaka matigas na po siya. And then, hinarap ko po si Solano, sabi ko po sa kanya na kailangan na po namin ibaba yung patient sa emergency room. Tapos nung nasa sabi ko po sa kanya na wag niya pong iiwan yung pasyente kasi nasa custody na po niya na kailangan hindi niya po iiwan hanggat wala pong mag-claim na relative po dun sa body.
Yun lang, wala ka nakita ibang tao?
Yung driver lang po.
So dalawa lang sila doon sa pickup? Si John Paul Solano, si Popoy at saka yung driver.
Actually, Your Honor, hindi ko po nakita na kasama po ni Solano yung driver mismo doon sa pickup van. Nakita ko po si Solano mismo doon sa motorcycle po niya.
Kasama kayo na nag-move ng stretcher, papasok doon sa loob? Ipinasok ba yung pickup truck? Hindi na rin.
Ano po, dun lang po sa harap ng ER, Emergency Room Department.
Doon yun na nilipat sa stretcher.
Yes, Your Honor.
Doctor?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm Dr. Clarice Cladera, resident on duty that time. I was informed that there was a patient outside who was unresponsive, so we already prepared the things for resuscitation inside the emergency room. So once a patient was pulled in sa ER, I checked for the pulse, the heart rate, the breathing of the patient. So there was none, so we started resuscitation. We could not get proper information from anyone, just Mr. Solano, but he also does not know the patient well. So we resuscitated the patient, however, the patient did not respond to the medications, the oxygen that we have given. So after that, that's when we already examined the patient thoroughly. And that's when we noted that there were hematomas on both upper extremities of the patient, and also candle wax drippings on the chest, on the arms, and on the left thigh po. And he was declared expired at around 9:21 a.m. of September 17, 2017.
Would you say na yung postmortem has started to set in do sa katawan? Yung anong condition?
Yes.
Ng medyo
That time, patient was, as mentioned by one of my nurses, patient was quite stiff na.
So ko ba yung magsabi ano yung more or less yung time of death? Jan Coronel?
More likely the
Yeah.
medical legal po.
Medical legal? Andito ba yung medical legal? More or less, anong estimated time of death of Atyo?
Your Honor, I cannot estimate the time of death because when I see the victim, he was already embalmed.
Mr. Chair, if I may lang, yun nga ho, no, sabi nyo nga po, na-imbalsa mo na bago yung autopsy.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any idea kung sinong nagpa-imbalsa mo kaagad without yung hindi pa nagagawa yung autopsy?
Dr. Garcia?
Dr. Garcia ulito. Actually, when the patient was declared dead, so he was, wala pa siyang pangalan, his name Patient X. And there's two homicide detectives from the police station who told us that they will claim the body for autopsy. That's the reason the hospital released the body to them. The two policemen also came
Kiss the body to the policeman.
Yes, they came also with a funeral service, and they took the body from us.
So it was the policeman?
Yes, we have the names.
Who asked for
the body.
Yeah.
To be released- to be
And
released-
during that time, sir, hindi pa ho naiimbalsa mo, di ba?
Hindi pa ho.
So, pupwede sana na, but ho ganun kaya?
Kasi ganito po yun eh. If there's a relative and we know the name, the position of the hospital is to keep the body until a relative will claim. But the patient came in as Mr. X, as told to us by Mr. Solano. He doesn't know him.
General
So, under
Coronel,
the
alam mo,
police-
this is a bad practice among policemen, ha? Kasi may suking punerarya eh. Pag nakakita ng naka-recover ng bangkay, una-unahan sa pagdadala sa funeral parlor na suki.
We have the name of the two policemen who took the body.
Yes, sir. We are reviewing that protocol as of this time. This is not only relating to the Acho case, but also in other similar cases, Your Honor.
Dapat may konting due diligence, di ba? Na ipagtanong mo muna among those missing persons, baka ma-identify pa yung pamilya bago idiretso ka agad sa punerarya. And again, yung sa one of our informal meetings, you mentioned na meron kayong estimate as to the time of death, di ba? Yung between 4:30 to 6:30 ba? I want to find out because we want to establish the possibility na had Popoy Solano responded much earlier because the first time he was called, reluctant siya because he didn't know. Sabi lang sa kanya, punta ka rito. Tinatanong niya, ayaw naman sabihin. Kung ano yun, basta sabi niya, punta ka dito. So, kung yung first call sa kanya at around 6:30, hindi ba, Popoy? Kung 6:30, kung nakarating ba siya, kung nasave pa ba yung si Atyo? I just want to explore that possibility, although it's too late, ano? But there are some lessons that can be learned here, eh.
Yes, Your Honor. Based on the interview made with the physician at the time who attended to Acho, in her statement, she mentioned that with the setting of rigor mortis, she gave an estimate that it was already...
Not post-mortem, rigor mortis.
Rigor mortis,
Sorry.
Your Honor. At about 3 to 6 hours before the body was brought to Chinese General, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair.
Doon lang kayo nag-base ng estimated time of death?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
if
Doctor.
I may add, at that time, one of the protocol in resuscitating the patient is to intubate the patient. However, that time we cannot open the mouth of the patient, and the term is rigor mortis. So it usually starts on the head, on this part. So on readings, it's approximately
Gaano katagal ba bago mag-set in yung initially, yung rigor mortis?
approximately 3 to 6 hours po. However, there are many factors that can be involved in there. So if patient had undergone physical trauma or on the temperature or other factors, Your Honor.
Senator Villanueva.
No, Mr. Chair, kanina gusto ko lang susugan yung protocol dun sa pag-imbalsa mo, Chief Superintendent Colonel. I think it's very important kasi hindi ba parang protocol na talaga yun bago mo imbalsa mo, i-autopsy muna, lalo na yung ganitong kaso. It would have helped us figure out yung time of his death, hindi ba?
Sir, can I refer that question to our chief of our crime laboratory, scene of crime operations,
Please,
who's more familiar with the procedures on autopsy examinations?
Sige po. Thank
We
you.
have here Superintendent Ronnie Foro, our chief of the MPD crime laboratory.
Yes, and we're here in aid of legislation. That's why we wanted to know kung may kailangan pa bang gawin. Ituturo pa ba yun? Or automatic po yun eh? SOP po ba yun?
Your Honors, according to the information I got from our chief of the medical legal division at Camp Crame, wala po daw kanyan. It's a call of the funeral parlors na after 24 hours ang body of the person dead, nagko-contact na po sila ng embalming. Pero wala kaming call doon.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Kung nakikinig po kayo kanina, binanggit po nung ni sir na hinabilin po o kinuha sa kanila, hiningi sa kanila ng 2 pulis. And can we name the persons?
Yeah, we have the name.
Yeah, can we ask for those names?
We are looking for the records.
Siguro ibigay lang sa atin. Kaya yun yung tanong natin eh. Nasa responsibility na po ng mga pulis. Tapos binigay po doon sa funeral parlor. Kaya ang tanong ko po is, hindi ho ba SOP, hindi ho ba mas dapat unahin na i-autopsy bago i-imbalsa mo?
Yes, sir. As it was being explained to me just right now, Your Honor, in instances wherein the victim or the deceased is identified, the protocol is we let the relatives or the next of kin determine which funeral parlor or services that will avail of regarding the post-mortem and autopsy examinations. However, in this case, it was, as explained by the administrator of Chinese General Hospital, the body was unidentified. And initially, at that time, he was classified as a possible murder, homicide victim, possible EJK, or DUI, death under investigation. The action taken by our homicide division then at that time was to inform the accredited funeral parlor, Arcangel, Arcangel Funeral Parlor regarding this matter, and that is for this reason. That's why they proceeded in the afternoon, if I understand, of September 17, in the hospital to recover or retrieve the cadaver.
Question. What could you have possibly missed in terms of evidentiary value to sa pagka-embalm before autopsy? Meron bang setback sa ano yan? May setback sa kaso?
At this time, sir, Your Honor, it's the time of death, which I understand. The cause of death has already been established by histological report given by our autopsy, and also the circumstances regarding the event or the incident wherein the body was brought by possible suspects to the hospital was already established, and I understand also the identity of the victim of in this particular case, Acho Castillo, has also been established immediately with the identification of the parents, Your Honor.
I assume you have already the sworn statements of the nurses and the doctors, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor, we were able
And
to
that's
get
part
the statements, Your Honor.
positively identifying Solano.
Yes, Your Honor, we have the
And-
statements on that
Yeah,
account.
and possibly another person
Yes, Your Honor.
who was driving the pickup.
Mitsubishi. Yes, Your Honor.
Have you established based on your
We have
information?
leads right now, Your Honor, but if you may allow me not to reveal it at this
Yes,
time
yes, I
because
understand.
ongoing investigation regarding
But as
that
of now,
matter.
wala pa kayong positive ID doon sa kasama ni Solano. Wala pa. Meron lang kayong leads.
Leads, yes,
as
Your
to-
Honor. We have names of possible suspect, the names of possible suspect, and hopefully by that time we can show to the witnesses, not only to the staff of General Hospital, but also those in the frat library at the time when the body was taken or brought down from the frat library before bringing to the hospital, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, just to make sure lang na maging part na to ng inyong protocol, sir, no? Kasi kahit hindi po identified kung sino 'yon, autopsy muna bago imbalsa mo.
Yes, Your Honor. That matter will be brought up to headquarters for proper appropriate action, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask example si Ralph Trangia, you went to the United States, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oo. Were you the one who decided to leave right away, or that decision hindi lang ikaw kundi parents mo?
Your Honor, pasensya na po, but I invoke my right against self-incrimination. Kasi po may kaso po ako tsaka yung magulang ko ng obstruction of justice, Your Honor.
Okay, according to DOJ, you have yet to formally respond to their offer. If there is indeed an offer to become a potential state witness, has your family responded to that offer, or if there's any offer?
I have no knowledge.
Siguro tanungin natin mamaya yung DOJ. Kay Arvin, whose decision, kasi kahit ayaw mo aminin, napaka-overwhelming na ikaw ang GP, would you know kaninong decision to bring Acho to Chinese General Hospital and not to UST?
Your Honor, first of all, Your Honor, I would like to apologize for my earlier statements and asking if my contempt be lifted po na I will answer the question if I'm a member of Aegis Juris. Yes, I'm a member, but as to its incumbent presidency po, I'm already in another school po kasi I'm already in Lyceum College of Law since August po.
It's not my sole decision, Your Honor, but I'm asking you now, would you know whose decision, sino nag-decide na dalhin si Acho sa Chinese General Hospital instead of UST Hospital? Kanina I was listening attentively kahit dun sa binanggit ni Mr. Solano sa executive session. Taga-UST ho ako halos dyan na ako lumaki 8 years po ako dyan. Alam na alam ko yung lugar po ninyo. Napakalapit ng UST Hospital. Kung walang traffic yan, walang 5 minutes yan. Natutulog ho ako dyan Chinese General Hospital. So I wanted to know whose decision yon na dun dalhin sa Chinese General Hospital instead sa UST Hospital.
As to that question po, I will invoke my right po against self-incrimination.
Then your contempt will remain. Alam nyo, nakakalungkot ho kasi, Mr. Chairman, this is very sad for the Tomasian community. Hindi na nga kami nananalo sa UAAP. Tapos ganito pa, yung puproduce nating lawyers din. Parang nakakalungkot po, nakakalungkot. And I hope we'll be able to bounce back and do something about this. Let me ask, it's useless to ask mga nandito. DOJ na lang po. Ma'am, from DOJ? Sino ba from DOJ? Yes, sir. Yung reports ho, no, that DOJ has made a formal offer to Mr. Ralph Trangia to be placed under the witness protection program. Is it, would you confirm that?
I was just informed a while ago, Your Honor, that indeed there was an offer, but that offer was made by the Secretary of Justice during his interview on a television or radio. But officially, Your Honor, the head of the panel is present now. There is none yet, Your Honor. So,
so it doesn't stand? Or
I've not talked officially with the
Sige
Secretary,
po, just for
Your
the
Honor.
sake of this deliberation, under Section 10 of Republic Act 6981, or the Witness Protection, Security, and Benefit Act, any person who has participated in the commission of a crime and desires to be a witness for the state can apply and can be admitted into the program whenever the following circumstances are present, which include, among others, 1, there is absolute necessity for his testimony. 2, there is no other direct evidence available for the proper prosecution of the offense committed. His testimony can be substantially corroborated. And last but not the least, he does not appear to be most guilty. According to extensive jurisprudence ng Supreme Court, well, isang item po yung flight is one of the clearest indicators of guilt in a criminal offense. Based on that, si Ralph Trangia qualified to be put under witness protection program. Wouldn't his flight to the US be indicative of guilt on his part, thus putting into question his eligibility also into the admission into the WPP? Would you say so? Just for the sake of
Well,
discussion.
usually, Your Honor, there is a principle that flight is indicative of guilt. But in order for a witness to be considered to be a state witness, the enumeration that you mentioned, Your Honor, has to be considered. But it has to be evaluated by the panel, Your Honor. And 1, he must appear to be the least guilty. And there are no other witness or witnesses that are necessary or which would pin down the accused. So I cannot at this time be of liberty, Your Honor, to state whether or not...
Should he be the least guilty or not the most guilty?
Not the most guilty. He should appear to be not to be the most guilty. Yeah.
Sir, other than that offer that you are aware of kay Mr. Trangia, meron po ba kayong inoferan pa na iba sa mga suspects or respondents dito po sa kaso na ito? Again, let me put on record na si Mr. Trangia is the only one who fled. None of the other respondents or members of the Aegis juries have done the same as of now.
Wala pa po akong alam at yung kay Mr. Trangia lang ang narinig ko, ngunit personally po hindi pa nakarating sa panel ang tungkol doon sa offer na yon.
So si Mr. Trangia lang yung pagkakaalam nyo po na
Apo.
inoferan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Si Mr. Trangia, attorney mo si Attorney Roel Ilagan, am I correct? You're here. Oh, Attorney Ilagan, no? You're from San Beda? Yeah. And you're also a member of Lex Talionis fraternity?
I am not a member
You're not?
of any organization.
Okay. Sige po.
Offering a respondent or a possible suspect to be a state witness, di ba indication yun na mahina yung kaso? In your honest opinion, of course, without preempting again the resolution about to be prepared by the panel of prosecutors, mahina ba yung kaso?
Hindi pa po kasi natatapos yung preliminary
But
investigation.
based on what you heard in this morning's, at least, yung based on what you heard in the testimonies, in this morning's testimonies, mahina ba yung kaso?
Your Honor,
o
I
lumakas?
would not be at liberty to divulge or to confirm
Jigs,
or
ikaw na
affirm.
lang, General Coronel.
I believe, sir, we have established probable cause to warrant the filing of charges against the persons involved as mentioned in the
Especially
complaint.
with the testimony of
Yes,
John
Your
Paul
Honor.
Solano, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, yes, Doctor.
Your Honor, I would like to add some more information. 2 weeks after the incident, one of our janitors, while cleaning the comfort room, he found the ID of Mr. Solano, the ID of UST law ID, which we turned over to the MPD.
So it cannot be denied that it was indeed John Paul Solano who brought Atyo to the hospital. Even without him admitting that, there are so many witnesses and even physical evidence that would show that he was actually there. Yeah. Anyway, sige, please proceed.
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang din mag-clarify. Kanina si Senator Migs nag-clarify. And kanina I was just reading the thread. And just to put on record na hindi ko mo binanggit natin yung pangalan doon or kasama doon sa thread ay guilty na siya or kasama na siya dito sa nagko-cover up or trying to hide itong mga pieces of evidence, etc. Kasi naalala ko lang, Mr. Chair, si Congressman Edwin Uy who was mentioned. I know him very well and I'm sure he will not allow himself to be part of a cover-up at gusto ko lang i-put on record yun, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, nandito rin si Jason Adolfo Robinos. Sir, you're also a listed officer of Aegis Juris?
I was an officer last year, Your Honor.
Okay. Sir, siguro kayo na lang yung tanungin natin. Sa recruitment po ba ng fraternity, binabanggit po ba na merong initiation rights at kasama dun sa initiation rights itong hazing?
Nung pong sa akin po, I can only speak for myself. Wala naman pong sinabing ganun.
Pero nag-undergo ka ng hazing?
I already gave up my affidavit to the MPD and to the DOJ, Your Honor. It's all there.
May we know if it's yes or no? If it's already there? Just yes or no, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Last time sinabi mo no eh. I asked you, point na.
Yes, Your Honor, but I was confused at that time.
Simple lang yung tanong eh. Na-hazing ka ba o hindi na-hazing? Sabi mo no. At that time, I remember sabi mo, that time wala kayong hazing.
I only said for myself, Your Honor.
That's why I asked you. I didn't ask anyone, but you.
Yes, Your Honor. Now I have my affidavit, Your Honor, and I stand corrected.
Why tanong ko lang, why Aegis Juris? Meron bang advantage in joining that frat? Why did you choose to join Aegis Juris?
At that time, Your Honor, madami po kasing classmate ko noon na nag-join.
So who recruited you?
No one recruited me, Your Honor.
You applied?
I applied.
Tanong ko lang, no? So, dun sa recruitment, sinasabi may initiation pero hindi binabanggit na may hazing. Sabi niyo po, in your case, di ba? So, siguro sa iba, nababanggit, sa iba hindi. Dito sa kaso ni Atyo kasi, dun sa nakikita natin na records, pati yung mga binabanggit ng kanyang magulang, sabi walang hazing. So, nangyari ba sa'yo? For instance, in your case, nagulat ka ba? Napapaluin ka?
It's already in my affidavit, but since it's an
Is
initiation...
it in your affidavit that you were surprised na papaluin ka?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, that's my question.
Teka,
Were you
yung-
surprised?
Excuse me, Senator Joel. Yung initiation saka yung final rights, di ba part ng process yun, ano?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anong diferensya ng dalawa?
Sa final rights, I think it's the last right
For
po
my
yung...
education, kasi kami araw-araw final rights sa PMA. So,
Yung
gusto ko lang malaman sa
initiation po,
paternity.
Your Honor, I think it's the whole process from beginning to end.
So, cite an example of things that they do to you during initiation.
Uutusan po, clean cars, clean their rooms, magpapabili ng books.
Yeah. And then in the final rights,
Yun nasa affidavit ko na po yun.
yun na yung... Ano bang ginamit sa'yo? Paddle or baseball bat or what?
Nasa ano na po.
Ano yung nasa affidavit mo?
Pinadal po.
Paddle. Ang itsura ba ng paddle, yung pinakita namin sa photograph?
Hindi ko po naka-blindfold po kasi ako, Your Honor.
Okay.
But even if you're blindfolded as a member, you already know that that's the paddle being used. Diba?
Similar siguro, Your Honor.
Were you ever part of any hazing activities?
No, Your Honor.
Siyempre, di ka aamin. Ano tong concilium? What is the concilium?
Yung concilium po yun yung parang officers po.
Officers of the fraternity. Yung recruitment, sino nagdi-decide nito? Siya re-recruitin natin? Or meron po bang, sa experience nyo, ilan yung percentage na lang nung nire-recruit at saka lumalapit voluntarily to become a member?
Parang equal po, Your Honor. Kasi may mga rin na lumalapit. Meron din naman yung nare-recruit ata.
Sige, who are required to attend the final rites aside from perhaps, I would think, the concilium, di ba?
Anybody, Your Honor, can...
Any member.
Any member.
But, sino yung required? Are yung members of the concilium required?
No, not that I know of, Your Honor.
Alumni members are sometimes invited?
I don't think they are invited, Your Honor, but I don't know if they're invited or what. But as long, all I know is that if you're abroad, theoretically you can attend the initiation.
Don't you think it's weird na kagaya nung sabi mo, hindi mo alam na papaluin ka? And I don't know, you would agree with me na na-surprise ka, papaluin ka na during that day. May mga times ba na ganun, na hindi sinabi, papaluin na siya? Teka lang, hindi kasama yan. Hindi ako sasama na dito kung ganyan. Because alam mo yung danger na mangyayari sa'yo, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
May mga ganun bang pagkakataon na nagba-back out nung malamang papaluin sila?
I cannot say for anybody else, Your
In
Honor.
your experience, did you ever experience someone na nag-back out because of that?
None in my batch, Your Honor.
Sa mga nandito po, sila Ralph, Arvin, Migs, Bong, yung members po ng Aegis juries, lahat po ba kayo na-surprise, napapaluin kayo nung sumali po kayo sa fraternity? O meron kahit po isa dito na nasabihan na meron talagang hazing ito? Meron po bang gustong sumagot? Wala din, I guess. Anyway, sir, siguro yung last question ko na lang. Dun sa yung sinasabi ni Acho, welcome rights. Kasi sinabi niya sa family niya, tapos na yung paluan, wala nang hazing, iwe-welcome na siya. Do you think yung mga kasama ni Acho, aware sila? Aware sila na may mangyayari na final rights noong September 16, 2017?
I cannot speak for them, Your Honor.
Do you think they are aware as a member of Aegis juries na merong paluan na mangyayari?
I am not aware kasi last minute lang yung mga ganun sigurong planning, Your Honor. Kasi until such time na pwedeng mag-quit yung neophyte anytime.
But if hindi mag-quit, alam mo na may paluan. alam nung mga pupunta doon sa lugar na yon kung saan kinoconduct yung initiation rites, yung hazing, alam nila na may paluan doon. Alam nila na meron silang labag sa batas na gagawin. Am I correct? Would you agree with me?
I have no personal knowledge and I cannot speak for them.
But would you agree with me, sir? Would you agree with me? If you're a member of the fraternity, nandun ka sa lugar, may paddle na hawak, may nandun, dinaanan mo rin yung hazing, pagpalo sa'yo, are you aware na meron mangyayaring paluan? Would you agree with me?
Of the specific event, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I cannot say, Your Honor, kasi to the last minute, you are not sure if
I
there
think
would
you
be...
will agree with me na alam ng mga kasamahan at nandun na may mangyayaring paluan. Anyway, Mr. Chair, I will reserve my right to ask questions later. Sige po.
Okay. So, may tanong lang ako. I'd like to end this hearing on a nostalgic note. Ma'am, Mrs. Castillo, may nagsabi lang na, is it true that you're a direct descendant of General Malvar? Si ano ba? Miguel Malvar?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Direct. So, siya yung great grandfather?
Yes po, Your Honor.
And you're also a descendant of Jose Rizal?
Yes po, Your Honor. The youngest sister of Jose Rizal is my great grandmother.
Ikilabutan lang kami dahil si Acho pala, ang ganda ng kanyang jeans, ano?
And my father is a war hero also. He served under USAFE. He defended the Bataan. He's a death march survivor. And because of this, siguro, ate was inclined to be of service to his
Yeah.
to his
Okay. On that note, we are suspending this hearing and you'll just be notified when will be the next hearing. Thank you very much. Somebody wants to say anything?
Your Honor, may I be recognized? May I be recognized?
No more. We have already suspended the hearing. We gave you all the chances kanina.
Senator Panfilo Lacson, they're suspending the hearing. But after that, we quickly heard the voice of Arvin Balag. He's the one there wearing the black jacket. Right there at the center of viewers' screens. He was cited in contempt and was ordered detained by the committee for refusing to answer a basic question. He was being asked if he was a member of the fraternity, and he refused to answer that. He was given several times, several chances by the senators to answer, to avoid this whole scenario where he will be detained and cited in contempt by the committee. On your screens, the parents of Ateo Castillo. You have Nilo Divina there, the dean of the UST College of Law, Civil Law. Figured prominently in this whole investigation. He himself is a member of the Aegis Juris fraternity. He's also not unscathed in this whole controversy because being seen as the father of the College of Civil Law, a lot of people thought, including some of the senators, that he should have been more proactive in finding out what happened to one of the students there at the College of Law. There are many instances when it appeared as if Dean Nilo Divina didn't do really a lot to find out. There was a lag in the timeline in terms of his reaction to the reported death of one of the members of the Aegis Juris fraternity, which he is a member of. Now, one of the highlights of the hearing excuse me, today was when Senator Joel Villanueva read the exchange of messages between and among the members of the Aegis Juris fraternity. That those messages were contained in a thread, excuse me, It gave an account of the panic that ensued among the members after the death of Atio Castillo. It showed how the members handled or mishandled the situation. It pointed to how the frat covered up the death of Atio Castillo. All this being revealed as the parents listened to every painful detail surrounding their son's death. The exchanges showed how easily the fratmen thought of covering up the death. It was as if they were in pilot mode with the sole objective of covering up the death of one of their own. Senator Joel Villanueva said it is very clear that what was being presented there, the exchange of messages between and among these frat members, was obstruction of justice, and he said this is a criminal offense. There was even a point when one of the frat men said, just deny everything. Senator Gatchalian also chimed in, saying, as he was listening, as he was looking at the thread, one thought just kept on repeating, and it was very apparent that no one among the members of the Aegis Juris fraternity, at least those who were involved in that chat room, who were in that chat, no one encouraged anyone to inform the police. Rather, the group's main objective, based on that chat or that thread, was to cover up the death of one of their own, adding that it was so disturbing and discouraging that elder members, lawyer members of the frat, were actually the ones encouraging the cover-up. Okay, we'll have more of the hearing that has just been suspended by Senator Panfilo Lacson after the break. Stay with us. Dateline Philippines is coming your way next.
The world changes faster than we can imagine. But we keep up and make the change work for us. Technology fit to shape the world the way we see fit. This, right here, right now, is a Future Perfect. Every Wednesday here on the ABS-CBN News Channel.
Explore the Philippines and spread love all over the country.
Welcome to my home! I'd like to invite all of you.
By preserving the environment.
It is by saving the environment that we can bring this country to where we want it to go.
Celebrating traditions.
Long live the Philippines.
And embracing culture.
Tara, sugot tayo, bayan. We can all work together.
you.